you for the patience as we're just trying to connect. So I will call this meeting to order at 6:04. And this is our meeting, our public meeting of the City of Soledad and our Joint Council Successor Agency Housing Authority meeting. And today is Wednesday, September the 4th. Thank you all for joining us, all those that are joining us here in our city council chambers. It's nice to see that we have a full chamber, and also thank you to those that are joining us via Zoom. Your public comments are really important and your engagement is really important to these public meetings. So appreciate you being here. Just a couple of comments before we begin the meeting. So you have several options to join today's meeting and to make your public comments. You can join the meeting via Zoom. The meeting ID is located on the agenda. Today's meeting ID is 817-5161-1911. You can also join via telephone. The number is 1-669-900-6833, which is the same number that we use. And also, as has been customary now, the meeting is streamed live through our YouTube channel, which we think now it's a more efficient way to streamline the technology for our meetings that can be viewed. So just to note that comments that are made, if you're utilizing Facebook, please note that any comments that are made there are not a part of the public record. So if you do want to make a comment and you want it to be part of the public record, you do need to make sure that you use some of these forms that I just stated to be able to ensure that your comment becomes part of the public record for today. And then, as has been part of our meetings, we also have our Spanish translator who's also available for today. So just as a reminder again, just to keep us on track, because we do have a lot of items on our agenda for today. My job as a chair is to make sure that we keep on track of today's meetings, and also that we keep our comments respectful to the public and also to the council. So with that, we will go ahead and I will ask our city clerk if we can get roll call, please.
Mayor Ana Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Maria Torrado. Councilmember Fernando Cabrera. Councilmember Fernando Consalvo Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Arista Gonzalez.
Here.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. So at this time, if we can please stand and if you can please place your right hand and join me on our Pledge of Allegiance. And if I can ask our Councilwoman Viñolas if she can lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So before we begin the rest of our agenda, we do want to take a moment and we'll begin. We'd like to ask our community for a moment of silence in memory of our fire apparatus engineer, Christopher Ward, who passed away on August 29th of just recently of 2024. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and the entire CAL FIRE family. And I will defer some comments to Councilwoman Viñolas, who's going to read and share some words, and then we will have a moment of silence.
Christopher Anthony Ward, 47, passed away on August 29, 2024, while on duty for CAL FIRE in Soledad, California. Born on May 16, 1977, in Shonekalu, LA, Chris was a man of considerable passion and determination, known for his sharp wit and loving nature. Graduating from Weiser High School, Chris went to hone his skills at the MPC Fire Academy. His professional life was marked by a diverse career, initially in the automotive sector, then as the owner of CRS Computers, and later as a fire apparatus engineer for CAL FIRE, a role that showcased his dedication and hardworking spirit. Chris was deeply devoted to his faith, actively participating in the community of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. His hobbies included spending quality time with his family, traveling, indulging his love for movies, and embracing the excitement of sports, hunting, and fishing. He leaves behind his beloved wife, Faith, and his children, Rebecca and Evan. Chris was preceded in death by his brother Kenneth Ward and his parents, Paulette Collins and Arthur Boone Ward II.
Thank you. And our thoughts, our prayers again are with his family and the entire CAL FIRE family. So we'll move on to our next item of business, which is additions or modifications to the agenda. Do we have any additions or modifications to the agenda at this time?
Yes, Mayor, we are in the process of confirming whether or not MSP representative will be here to give a brief presentation on the circulator, that may be eliminated, as staff is trying to confirm whether or not that presentation will proceed.
Okay, well, we have Callie who's here, so I think we'll move forward with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so no additions or modifications, and we'll move on to public comments. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on items not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. The public does have 3 minutes to speak. Please be brief and to the point. If you can come to the podium, and just as a reminder, the council during the time of public comment will not make any comments back in terms of the comments that are being made by the public. But we can direct our staff to be able to request for them to gather additional information. So I just want to make that clear, because I know a lot of times the public comes and we don't say anything, and I don't want that our public to take that as a matter that we're not responding to them, but we just can't respond back as part of the public comments period. But we can internally ask staff to gather additional information. So at this time, I want to open it up for public comments to see if there's any members of the public that want to address the council on items that are not did not appear on the agenda. Do we have anyone on here that want to make public comments on items that are not appearing on the agenda? None? Okay, so let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. And so anyone that is joining us via Zoom that want to make any public comments on items that are not appearing on the agenda. Okay, let me go to. Okay, hold on. Sorry about that. Let me just make sure I get it. Okay, so, Mr. Romero Halomo. Nice to see you. If you can unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Dr. Halomo.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good evening, Madam Mayor Velasquez and members of the City Council. I have to say, though, my comment is related to item number 5 under council presentation. So would you rather me hold my public comment to a later time? It's just a comment with regards to that presentation from MST.
Yeah. Yes, if you want to wait until that item comes up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So just for a clarification, so under the presentations, we can allow for public comments.
Yeah, I mean, we have in the past sort of varied, but yes, you have discretion to allow for public comment on presentations that are made. There's also occasions where you can say, no, we're just gonna have straight presentations, no comment, but so it's sort of up to you. Technically, every item that's on the agenda should allow public comment, so people want to speak on some of the presentations that are made, so be.
Okay. Okay, so any other members of the public would like to make any public comments on items appearing that are not appearing on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, then I will close the public comment period. And I will move on then. What, before I do that, Darlene, do we have any written public comments? Okay, so seeing no written public comments, and we'll move on to our next items on the agenda, which is council presentations. And at this time, we have 5 council presentations. And we actually have two proclamations, 1 certificate of appreciation, and then 2 presentations. So it's a combination of several items that we have before us. So we do have a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad that will be presented to Jacob's Heart Representative Edith Barron, honoring Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services and declaring the month of September Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. So do we have Edith Barron here with us? She didn't come? Okay. So what I can do is, so I won't read this, where is this? So we'll give this to Edith at a later time, and I do want to make sure that, if she's able to join us maybe at the next meeting, to be able to have her come. I think it's really important, especially the organization and what they do, and given, I participated with their organization, and they're a really amazing organization, and given the fact that they've seen an increase in childhood cancer, especially in our South County areas. And I know that they work with a lot of our South County families. They do have a facility in Watsonville, and they provide transportation services to a lot of our families from here to be able to provide some of the support services, transportation, food, hotel services to a lot of the families that are dealing with a lot of the impacts in terms of their child that has been diagnosed with cancer. So they're just an amazing, amazing organization and resource, and just instrumental in terms of emotional and financial support that they provide to our families. So I really want to make sure they get proper recognition from us. So if we can proclaim that the City of Soledad recognizes the month of September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and we recognize the work that Jacob Hart does, but we'll wait till next month so we can give them proper recognition. We'll wait till next month. We'll wait till the next meeting in September so we can give them proper recognition. Okay, and the next one is going to be a certificate of appreciation by the City Council of the City of Soledad that's going to be presented to IPM specialists for their generous support. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad presented to Sun Street Center South County Prevention Program Manager Maria Camacho, recognizing the month of September as National Recovery Month. So is Maria here?
Maria's not here, but.
Oh, if I can have you come here, thank you. Thank you, if I can have you guys. So let me just read this proclamation. I want to make sure that we recognize a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad recognizing the month of September as National Recovery Month. Whereas National Recovery Month started in 1989 and is observed each September to celebrate the gains made by those in recovery and to recognize the dedication of service providers and community members who make recovery possible. And whereas substance abuse and mental health disorders affect millions of individuals and families nationwide, but with the commitment and support of people with these disorders can achieve healthy lifestyles and lead rewarding lives in recovery. And whereas nationally in 2023, there were over 107,000 people who died due to drug overdose. And whereas National Recovery Month continues to work to improve the lives of those affected by substance use disorders by raising awareness of this disease and educating communities about prevention, treatment, and recovery resources that are available. And whereas the city of Soledad is committed to supporting individuals, families, and organizations to increase awareness about recovery. Now therefore, let it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims the month of September as National Recovery Month. And we encourage all community members to join us in increasing awareness and celebrate the gains of those around us who have made their journey to recovery. So thank you so much for everything that you do. And I'd like to just have you share a few words of some of the incredible work that you guys are doing in our city and with our youth as well.
Thank you for having us, Mayor and council members. I appreciate it. It is such an important topic that affects not only our youth, but our community as a whole. My name is Danelle Hernandez, and I am the Prevention Program Coordinator for Sun Street Centers in South Monterey County. And I am also in recovery. I have 17 years sober. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to recognize, us and our hard work that it does take, because not everyone survives. So thank you for that. And then I also do get to work with our wonderful STEP students. It's that after school leadership program that actually Soledad has the highest number of participants. We had 212 participants last year, and yesterday was our first meeting and we had 48 students. So we're super excited. Once they meet 60 volunteer hours, they help work during those 60 hours. They help work on prevention projects, which is like going to elementary schools and educating young people on the dangers of vaping, overdose, and things like that. And also coming to things like this, getting to build those connections, being able to do public speaking, building your resume, and going out in the community and spreading awareness, all by getting community service hours. And once they get a certain amount, which is 60, they get to apply for a paid position. So I have 3 students from Soledad High who are employed. And I love working with the community of Soledad. I am a South County Prevention Coordinator, but I'm mainly stationed here in Soledad. I've been with Sun Street for 7 years and I love my job, so thank you. And she prepared something to say, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jocelyn and I'm a senior at Soledad High School. I'm from a program called Sensory Center Steps. Our mission is to educate and raise awareness among young people about the dangers of drugs and alcohol. We aim to empower youth to make positive choices and reach their full potential. As we gather here today, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the significance of National Recovery Month. This observance serves as a reminder of the challenges faced by individuals struggling with substance use disorders and health issues. During National Recovery Month, we celebrate more than 20 million Americans who have had the courage to seek help for substance use disorder, showing that millions of others that recovery is possible. We honor their resilience and commitment to making sure that every person has access to the services and support they need to rebuild lives of purpose and hope. Sometimes substance and drug disorders touch every corner of our society. This brings devastation and loss, but it also brings hope and a chance for renewal. The journey for recovery is not easy. It's a journey marked by setbacks, relapse. It requires courage, strength, and support. That's why this month is so important. It's a time to raise awareness, to reduce stigma, and promote understanding. It's a time to celebrate the successes of those in recovery. It is crucial that we work together to foster a supportive environment, encouraging those affected to seek for help without fear of stigma or judgment. Together, we can create a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you. So I'm going to open it up to the council. If there's any, I know everybody's been impacted some way or another. And recovery is important, and the support systems are critical. So I'm going to open it up to, I'll start with Councilwoman Bañuelos.
I just want to say that I'm excited, it's an impact for not just the families, but the community. And I like what you had mentioned is, you're impacting over 200 and something students. So, yeah, 212. I appreciate that. And then you are an example, and that is great. And I admire you and what you're doing for the community. And you too, as being a senior. I mean, just that passion and the compassion that you have to give back and, you know, and you sharing your life experience to them. It's great. And you're leading that example and don't stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez Sanchez?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo what Councilwoman Bañuelos said. It's very important work that you're doing. I've unfortunately lost touch with some friends because of substance abuse issues, and it's something that impacts our community a lot, especially in rural communities and in rural areas, and especially with those that identify as LGBTQ+. So it's very important that this work is being done, and I want to thank you all for doing that work and very appreciative of what you're doing.
What's your name again?
My name, Danelle Hernandez.
Okay, thank you so much for all the work that you do, and you not only impact 200 people, you impact directly to them, but indirectly you impact everybody around them, particularly their families. It is difficult, not only to seek recovery, but stay in recovery. It takes a whole village, like they said. It is one day at a time, and it is progress, not perfection. And you seek to find the wisdom to know the difference of those things that make sense to you, or that are important to you. I worked for South Street Centers for almost 8 years, until 2004, I think. I started in 1997. And it's a wonderful place to work, not only because the opportunity that you have recovery, but also because you participate daily in that recovery. I think that the person that I am was shaped by the stories of so many people that I talked to during those 7-8 years. And I think that you know what I'm talking about. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, well deserved.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Danelle and Jocelyn, for those words, and thank you to all of the youth that are here too, and the 48 other students that participated in the first meeting. And I just want to say, I know I'm glad that substance abuse now is considered a disease, right? Or before it wasn't. And so with that is raising the awareness and also being able to have the treatments that is needed. So I know all of us have been touched by, relatives and family members that, have addiction in some form or of another. I know I have. So I'm thankful that we have these months to really be able to raise awareness, and I'm thankful for these programs. And I just want to say, for me, I'm glad because 30 years, I want to say it's about 30 years ago, I was honored to be in an organization called Preventing Alcohol-Related Trauma in Salinas that created STEPS. And actually a good friend of mine, my colleague, Ruth Esteban, was a creator of STEPS. And so I'm glad that 30 years later, that program is still in effect because it's still needed, right? Unfortunately, right? I mean, but fortunately, because we still have youth that are raising that awareness and that are providing those resources that are needed and ensuring that we have more of our young people that are learning about that disease and are learning about the resources at an earlier age. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing and the impact that you're creating in our community. Thank you. And don't leave, because I know we have one more recognition, and then we're going to pause for a little bit to take a photo.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and then we do have this proclamation that we'll give to you at the end. Okay, so with that, we do have, and I just apologize, but I think we do have Edith Barron, who is with us, and I apologize, but she is with us online. So I'm going to go back to read the proclamation for Cancer Awareness Month. Apologize, Edith, I didn't recognize that you were on the line. So this is a proclamation of the City of Soledad recognizing the month of September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, whereas cancer is a leading cause of death by disease among children in the United States, with thousands of children being diagnosed each year. And whereas childhood cancer affects all ethnic, gender, and socioeconomic groups, and the battle against this disease involves the courage and resilience of not only the children, but also their family, friends, caregivers. And whereas the research and medical advancements are essential for improving the survival and quality of life for children diagnosed with cancer. But funding and resources for pediatric cancer research are significantly limited. And increased public awareness, education, and support can lead to better treatments, more comprehensive care, and hope for children and families affected by cancer. And whereas local and national organizations tirelessly work to provide support, raise awareness, and fund research to find a cure for all childhood cancers. Now therefore, let it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims the month of September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. We encourage all community members to join us in increasing awareness of what we all can do to support the fight against childhood cancer. So this proclamation will be mailed, to Edith. And so we want to make sure, Edith, if you can unmute yourself, if you want to share a few words.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can. And I apologize, I didn't see you earlier.
No worries. Okay, so yes, hello, my name is Edith, and I'm here on behalf of Jacob's Heart Children Cancer Support Services. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you for your support and advocating for families who have a child with cancer in our communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Edith. And we will be mailing this out to you, and we really appreciate all of the work that you're doing for our families. And please continue, continue to do the work. And I know that the funding sometimes is not always available, but we support everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then we'll move on to our last recognition. And this is, again, a special recognition also to IPM Specialists, Inc. And they are pest elimination experts. And now, are they here?
They're here.
Okay,
They're
so
in the
can we
back
have them come up to the front? While we read this presentation, the certificate of appreciation?
Todos, all of you.
Yeah, make sure you guys all come up to the front.
Mom.
Yeah, come on, don't be shy. Yeah, and thank you so much. So this is really, really special to us, and we wanted to make sure that we were able to provide this special recognition for everything that you've done. And I think everybody saw the interview, and I know I did, on KSPW, and I think it was really touching when we were able to see, at least to be able to see the quality of residents that we have in the city of Soledad. And when I was able to hear, just the comments that were made about, what, we're from Soledad and we saw someone in need and we had the tools and we had the resources to help them, why not, right? And I think for me, that showcased who we are in Soledad and what kind of quality of people we have in Soledad. So it was amazing, to be able to see that. And I think as part of the council, we wanted to make sure that we highlighted that and that we took this opportunity to make sure that all of our community knew and understood, how important it is to be able to just those small gestures make a big difference. So on behalf of the City Council of the City of Soledad, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for the countless days and hours you have devoted to eradicating a serious problem in our city. Your tireless efforts have not only resolved a critical issue, but have also made Soledad a safer and better place for all residents. Your commitment to the well-being of our community is truly commendable. Thank you for your exceptional contribution to the safety and improvement of our city. So we really appreciate just your commitment to making our city a better place and also just your commitment to people, right? Because at the end of the day, it was about the impact to people. And thank you for recognizing that and coming to be able to resolve impacts that were about people and addressing some of the concerns that we had with people. So again, that would help me. Can you guys help me? I'm just giving them a big you guys want to share a few words?
No, just, I mean, we appreciate the opportunity to help out. All of us are, well, a lot of us, some of the guys here are born and raised in Soledad. They all live in South County. And it's like Ivan said, not where he grew up, And so it was, it was good for us to be able to help the gentleman out or help the situation out. And more importantly, just to make sure it was resolved in a timely manner versus it being drug out. And it's something that these guys do every day. And, being from Soledad, they're like, we can't end up on the news for that, so.
I was on the news and then it was something positive, right? Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna open it up to the council if there's any comments, and I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
No, I don't have much to say because I cannot say more than thank you. But if you can understand, is héroe sin capa. Heroes sin cape.
Yeah.
So that's what you guys remember me, because there's still people, regular people that do amazing things, and to be the difference between ordinary and extraordinary is the extra that you guys put.
Yeah.
And that's how I see you guys, and thank you so much for that work.
Yeah, so that situation was very interesting. Kind of reminded me of like, I don't know if anyone's seen Parks and Recreation. It kind of felt a little bit like that, you know what I mean? And it was very interesting. I was on vacation too, and I was like, oh gosh, this is the bad time. People are gonna think I flew away because of it. I'm just kidding, but gratitude is not enough. Thank you all so much for that. And this is really what community is about and what it means to be part of a small community, is having people that come and step up and assist us. And again, thank you so much.
I want to echo what Council Member Cabrera and Ansaldo mentioned, but if it was up to me, I would be with you guys there and just kind of cleaning up there too, but that's just me. I like all that stuff. But yeah, I appreciate your heart, guys. And when I heard and you stepping up, and then our city manager, stepping it up with everyone that was involved, I was like, wow, like this is pretty cool. I'm proud to say thank you. I mean, there's big thank you, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So again, we have a certificate of appreciation, and it's a little token for everything that, you obviously deserve a whole lot more, but it's a, small token of our appreciation for an immense, just gesture that you did for our community members and for the gentleman, right? And for the community. So thank you so much on behalf of the city council and also on behalf of our community. So thank you. So I'm going to present this to you, and if we can take a photo, if you don't mind, can we do that? So what we'll do at this time, if we can take a photo with all of the other certificate awardees that we provided today. everyone. Thank you for the patience, your patience as we do that, as we recognize our community members. So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which we're still on the council presentations, and now we do have a presentation, which is Newmark Retail California. Our Senior Vice President, John Lee, will give us a presentation on the Soledad Marketplace, and this is part of the economic development update. And so I'll turn this over to Kanu, who is our Economic Development Director.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to give you guys a quick introduction to John. John Lee is the main developer for our Soledad Marketplace here. And as council has requested to the economic development team to do some, to give you guys some updates in regards to what's happening there. So with that being said, I'm gonna give it to John.
Thank you, Tim. Hi, my name's John Lee, and we've been working on this project for a few years now, and I could probably talk about it for 3 hours, but I'm sure you guys, there's been a lot of ins and outs, and it's been a difficult time to try to do a project like this, but I know that you guys probably have some questions, and I'm here to answer them. We have, a couple new tenants that we're working on right now that are in process, one being Tractor Supply, one being Quick Quack, and every new tenant that we bring in, it opens up doors for us with future tenants, and that's what we're trying to do. Our original plan when we started this project definitely shifted due to economic reasons, but I feel like we're starting to pick up some momentum again. We're hoping some market conditions change and we can continue to finish out this project. Like I said in the beginning, it's been a difficult time period, but I'm positive we still believe in the project. So a really good positive note is Dutch Brothers and Grocery Outlet are performing well above expectations. Dutch Brothers is actually performing, it's like one of the top stores in California. And that's a great sales point for us. And who would have thought small market, kind of an awkward piece of real estate. But I mean, they even flew their executives out here and they're scratching their heads, not knowing what's going on. But, so I mean, we believe in the project. We're still working hard on it. It's been much harder than expected, but, we're optimistic. But like any questions you guys have, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, so thank you for that. So let me start by just opening it up then for questions from the council, and I'll start with Councilwoman Bañuelos, if you have any questions.
You know what, I'm sure you've heard already from Canoe and Tencia that, the community is like, where are we getting, And of course, I don't say I don't know, because I say, well, let me find out.
Sure.
Because I don't know is just, just a word that we can find out.
Sure.
So, with that being said, you had mentioned, there was a shift because of economic reasons. And do you feel maybe we can have something, not say more probable, but kind of, so that way I can share with the community, like, what are we expecting?
Well, starting on the corner, I mean, this is assuming, we can get Tractor Supply going and Quick Quack. The whole thing is we need to generate traffic to this shopping center. Like, earlier last year, Habit Burger, we were working on a deal with them and they were gonna go out the corner. They just said the shopping center is too sleepy, there's not enough traffic, and they also had a cost problem, just same as we had with some other things. But I mean, the more traffic we can generate to this retail center, the better chance we have opening doors with other tenants. I mean, like, I'll circle back with Habit Burger. They're gonna wanna see when Tractor Supply breaks ground and what this looks like, and they're gonna see the traffic from Dutch Brothers and hopefully see the traffic from Quick Quack. I mean, what I envision on the corner is either two, national quick service restaurants or one larger one. But as far as the spaces in between Tractor Supply and Grocery Outlet, that's still kind of TBD. They, some of the tenants we were working with before still have a preliminary interest. They want to see how the rest of this shakes out before they commit. So it's still, there's some moving parts going on, but I mean, for us now, we want to try to get these next couple deals to the finish line, show the traffic to the shopping center, and that'll help us with future tenants.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez.
Yeah, this is kind of like the chicken and the egg, right? Because how do you get traffic if there's nothing there? There's
Yeah.
nothing there because there's no traffic. So
Mhm.
it's very interesting. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed somehow. I'm just curious to see how well, I guess a car wash is gonna do. And a Tractor Supply and then Davita, like, I don't know how many people are gonna be going to those things. I'm a little interested and curious to see how that shakes out. So these are the only things that we have. We don't have anybody else that's interested, right? It's just with these folks and that's it.
As of right now, yes.
Okay. And so I guess I'm curious to know like what is being done to sort of attract folks that. right now?
We, we market these properties and we talk to a variety of national tenants all the time.
Mhm.
They're all aware of this. I mean, they want to see what this turns into before they can make a commitment. I mean, and also, the movie theater, I mean, it's not their fault. The movie theater thing has just changed since COVID.
Yeah.
And it's not the traffic draw that we were all hoping for. And it's, like I said, the more tenants we bring in, the more synergy there is and the better chance we'll have with other retailers. Like I said, I think we'll get a couple restaurants on the corner, either 2 or 1 larger one. And then as far as the other tenants in between Tractor Supply and Grocery Outlet, that's still TBD, but it's just important to create traffic. And especially to a shopping center where both streets dead end into nowhere. So, and this still is a smaller market. So there's some hurdles that we've had, but there's also some successes. This Grocery Outlet is performing above expectations. And like I said, this Dutch Brothers it's in the top. I don't know, I'm sure maybe it's died off a little bit, but I mean, it's performing like, Southern California stores. So it's, I mean, we're, I don't want to sound like a broken record. We're just trying to generate more traffic so we can get more interest and more tenants to come to the project.
Is there any consideration for like, I don't know what the term would be, I guess maybe marketing in a sense where folks can see from the highway that these stores are here? Is there like any thoughts of putting something big so folks can see it from because I wouldn't know that's there if I wasn't from Soledad.
Sure.
If I'm driving by, you can see that Denny's is there, you can see that Starbucks is there. So I'm wondering if there's any consideration to show kind of that's there, if there's any consideration of working with, is it Caltrans that you have to work with to put those signs on the road that say, oh, 5 miles ahead, stuff like that.
That's something that tenants would do themselves.
Okay.
Any highway signs, they would do that. I mean, we have a 40-foot pylon sign that's visible from the 101.
Mhm.
But as far as any signs coming in that you see along the freeway, that's not something that we would do, it's something that tenants would do. And I'm sure as more tenants open, they'll do that. Dutch Bros typically doesn't do that because they don't need to.
Mhm.
But, other tenants come along, whether it, whatever kind of fast food restaurant it is or quick service restaurant, I mean, they could possibly do that.
I would hope for quick service restaurants, we don't have that many, we have a lot of fast food,
I
right?
think we're going to have a very good chance to get 2 really good ones.
Okay.
Assuming that we can get these next 2 things up and show traffic. All these tenants, they use Placer AI and different data services, and it shows how many cars per day are coming to the property. And the more we can show that, the better chance we have. I mean, everybody looks at the same data. And go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry, I just had another one that just came into my mind.
Sure.
With that being said, when they're considering kind of this traffic, do they just consider the population in Soledad? Do they consider surrounding populations as well? How does that work?
No, when we started this with Grocery Outlet, we put together a trade area map showing where they could pull from. And I mean, it went, I don't remember, it's been 3 years since we did this, but I mean, it went out 30 miles, something
Okay.
like that in different directions. But yeah, most of these, they're all different. I mean, Tractor Supply will probably pull from the south more than from the north. It just all depends on where they have other stores and so on and so forth. But definitely they're looking at this as more of a geographical area as opposed to just Soledad. Because you guys are pulling from a bigger area.
We got Greenfield, Gonzalez, King City, so I can imagine folks will be coming here. We've seen a lot of folks from there coming to Dutch Bros, which is great. So yeah, okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Cabrera.
I want to start with the 30 miles. So if you look 30 miles north is Salinas. If you look 30 miles south is Kansas City. there's a lot of businesses in King City that are not, well, there's a lot of businesses in Salinas that are not in King City.
Mhm.
And we are right in the middle. So, at this time, most people don't look for signs to find a place to eat or to drink something.
Mhm.
They use, the internet.
Sure.
So Google, what do we call it?
Restaurants or
Yelp.
Yelp.
Yes, but there's another research that you do, in Google, it's kind of like a
Restaurants
Google
maybe?
Maps or,
Okay.
it will show up that you're right there. So, and this is my thought. For a long time, every time that I come to Soledad, I put in and out.
Yeah.
Because you say in and out at the
Yeah.
beginning. In and out as
Love
a
it.
reference. If I go south, I have to drive all the way to Paso Robles to eat in and out. If I go north, I have to drive all the way to Salinas. So you have a lot of potential, a lot of untapped potential in here in this area. Because each one of the towns, like Greenfield and Gonzales, will drive 5 miles, 6 miles to
Oh,
us.
sure.
You know, so if they don't have it, they're gonna drive, they rather drive 7 miles than drive all the way to Salinas or all the way
I agree.
to Paso Robles. So we have a potential that sadly not that many corporations see. They want to see tangible numbers. And that's what I think that we should focus on, well, in the potential that we have for great revenue. The other thing that I always thought about, and that's something that they have to do again, is that the movie theater. So the movie theater, the new generations, they use their phones.
Yeah.
So, but we have a large number of adults that enjoy going to the theater, but they only have English. And we have a huge market for Spanish only.
Sure.
And we don't have any Spanish movies going on in the theater. So we have to also bring the demographics into it and how to market in those demographics, I think, so that we can generate ideas or generate possibilities. One possibility that we can bring, or that we can bring as a restaurant or something like that, it will show up how much potential we have, how much traffic we can generate.
Sure. I agree on the theater. That's one portion of the shopping center we don't control
Mhm.
or operate. They're independent. They own a couple other movie theaters, but I would give them that suggestion if you guys think it would help. I know that I'm sure they could, if there's a good idea out there. I'm sure they-
Years ago, I lived in San Jose for some time, and there was only one movie theater in San Jose that show up movies public to Spanish, and they have a lot of people going.
I can imagine.
Because people from Latin American countries like to go to movies with their families. But if they don't understand the movie that they're watching, then
Yeah.
I'd rather watch it in my phone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I agree.
So it's a possibility. This is marketing the right demographics.
Can I actually make one
So-
more comment? Sorry. Kind of to go off that, it's not gonna take too long if you don't mind.
Yeah, just one more, because I want to open it up to the public as well. So these last two items, I want to open it up for public comments, before we move forward.
Kind of going back to his comment about In-N-Out, has that been a thought that has happened only because I know that we're prime, because In-N-Out likes to be with folks that are near a highway and we're so small enough, highways right
It's a
there.
family corporation.
Well, we've sent it to them. I mean, trust me, when we
Okay.
talked to Chick-fil-A, we talked to Raising Cane,
Got it,
we
okay.
talked to In-N-Out. I mean, these are folks that we work with. And so any of these projects, I mean, they're being put in front of all the right people. I mean, we're trying to create a little better, kind of have something a little better to show. And, you know, it's like I said, you know, we had a deal with Habit, it didn't work out. Now we're making progress on these other two deals. I'm gonna go back to them, and at some point we'll get there. I'm not sure which tenants it'll be, but the more progress we make with new tenants and the more things that we can show as far as traffic, the better chance we'll have to get future tenants in that project.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming to provide the presentation. I think for me, it was important to be able to have you here. I wanted, an economic development kind of town hall, and so I think this helps. It's a start because there was so much miscommunication with our residents, and I think the map that was put out at the beginning obviously was very different than what's being presented now, because it had a lot more of the stores. And I'll share with you, John, as a lifelong resident of Soledad, a lot of what was presented was very exciting, right? Because as community members and many of us that have lived here for a long time, we've been waiting for a lot of the retail and commercial, especially as a city that has been growing. We've been developing a lot of housing, but the commercial hasn't come with it. And so, you know, several years ago, the city council invested in a study. And what we found as part of the Buxton study, and I know we're investing in another study, but the Buxton study showed us that there was a lot of sales tax leakage because people are not shopping here. People are going somewhere else to shop because we don't have those amenities. So it's been kind of a culture, and we have to change that. And I think our business owners are struggling with that because we still have a lot of that culture where people are still not shopping here. We need to change that, right? And so my hope was that with what was presented to our community, that we had an opportunity to really bring more of those retail and commercial that we needed for people to stay local and to shop local and to really have more of that culture where people don't leave to Salinas, don't leave to Monterey, don't leave to San Jose. And those trips may be few and far in between, right? But the most of it people would shop local. And so I guess for me, one of the disappointments is you know, there was a map that was presented that's very different, and our community got very excited about it, and that's not a reality. So we've had to deal with the brunt of that. Why is it not coming? With a lot of them is communication. So I'm glad that we're having this now. I wish it would have happened earlier, because there's been a lot of, you know, angst about why is this not happening? I don't know if we still have the Ross sign out there, but Ross was, okay, good, because people were saying, why do we still have the Ross sign out there? If it's not gonna happen. And, you know, I think for us as, you know, elected officials, that's been really tough. And I know I think for me, my questions have been with our team and our staff is, what do we need to do? How do we support the development? How do we support you? How do we support commercial to come? What are the things that we need to do as elected officials to ensure that we do get the right retail, that we do get the right stores to come and support our community to be able to shop locally? And I know I've had these conversations with our city manager and with our economic development director, because if I look at the numbers, and what you're telling me too is looking at the regional numbers, and that you're pulling from a 30 radius kind of thing. But if I'm looking at, you know, the daily car trips that we have 70,000 or more, right, that are coming down, I mean, that's pretty significant. If I'm looking at the sales tax leakage that we have, it's pretty significant. If I'm looking at the purchase power of our residents, it's pretty significant. So what do we need to do to be able to ensure that we're supporting the right retail? And although I appreciate Tractor Supply, you know, that'll tailor to agriculture, which is a big economic engine for the county. But I don't know how many of our residents, you know, what is the preference? Is it a Tractor Supply, or is it a Target, or is it is it a Ross, or is it? I look at Hollister and I see they have, you know, they have a TJ Maxx and they have a Ross, and, you know, they have all of these stores. And I know it's a different demographics, but I also know what do we need to do to be able to support the type of retail that we need to come to Soledad.
A lot of it's driven by market conditions, honestly. I mean, the first lineup of tenants we had, I mean, we spent $500,000 on construction drawings. I mean, we were going to move forward, and I mean, it shifted really hard. I mean, I think we got a really, what I would call a firm estimate in June of 2022. And, you know, then we got our actual bids in November, and it went up by like 55%. I mean, and we had probably one of the best contractors in California to build retail shopping centers. They missed by that much. I mean, the inflation for us was worse than anything else, because it gets compounded so many times with the GC and, you know, everything else. But it was really nothing that Soledad did, or nothing that, you know, you guys have always been very supportive of us. I thought it was just market conditions. And I mean, it's tough right now with trying to build anything. Let alone somebody like Ross is probably one of the hardest people to build for. Probably anywhere, just because of what, you know, the way their deals are structured, their co-tenancy clauses, their rent. It's, they're hard to do. And they're busy backfilling all these stores that have gone, you know, that have gone vacant, the 99-cent onlys, the Big Lots, everything else. So it's really nothing that, you know, it's not the city of Soledad's fault that Ross didn't come here. It was just the market conditions, and that's what happened.
Yeah, so with that though, and I know it could be a longer discussion, but I'm interested in having a sit-down discussion of if it's the market, then what can we do and how do we position ourselves? What is it that we need to be looking at in the future to make sure that the stores that come are the stores that we need in the city, and that we have that generation of the foot traffic, so we make sure that the theater doesn't go out of business. So we make sure that what comes has enough foot traffic that they don't go out of business, because the last thing we want is the stores that are here or the stores that open up don't have to close down because we don't have that retail and we don't have that foot traffic that's needed.
Yeah, well, every new national retailer that comes here and they're successful helps. I mean, you know, when Tractor Supply opens up, I think they're gonna do really well. I mean, you know, you guys are already on the map, but every new business that comes here that's successful shows really well in the city of Soledad. And then more and more people, it's like a domino effect in our world. It's like the first person comes, they do good, and then everybody follows. It's just, you gotta get started. You have to get, you know, a base set of tenants and then the rest follow. It may not be in our project. It might be in another project. I don't know. But I mean, every new tenant that you guys can bring to this city that's successful is gonna help. And I mean, it's a really simple answer to it, but that's really the truth.
But just the timeline has been very extensive.
Yeah, I know this whole project started in 2007. We're like the fourth people in, I think, or something like that, but it's, you know, the market conditions with development is very tricky. I mean, you know, the theater built the parking lot. I mean, we were kind of stuck with how we're gonna design this thing based off of what they had already done. So, I mean, it's, we're from a timing standpoint, we're doing the best that we can. I mean, it's tough getting through permits and everything else and PG&E. I mean, we have the DaVita building that we've been done with for a month. And we can't even get PG&E to come put gas in. I mean, we submitted our application to PG&E over a year ago. And we're still waiting. I mean, it's, you know, and we're burning through, you know, holding costs, you know, it's insane. And our tenant won't take the building because there's no gas. PG&E won't give us a date. That's when they're gonna put the gas in, even though we gave them an application over a year ago. I mean, it's very tricky right now.
So with those, I think you know, I'm glad you're telling us that, because I mean, I know that I don't know how fast we can do anything, but I know this is where we want to make sure that we talk to our state legislators, and I don't know how fast, because I know PG&E is an entity in itself, but
Yeah.
I think for us as elected officials, we need to use our legislators to ensure that they're talking to PG&E, especially in rural California, to make sure that they understand the significant amount of economic impact that it's costing our city when PG&E is taking a year to
Yeah.
be able to move these projects forward. Because I know it happened with Grocery Outlet,
Yeah.
but it continues to happen, and it's really impacting our rural cities. So those are important facts that we need to know as part of our function as elected officials.
Yeah, no, they're probably the worst company to deal with on planet Earth, in my opinion.
Well, thank you for letting me know. I'll make sure that I connect with my legislator, and I know, you know, obviously, you know, I know a few. So I'll talk to the senator, so thank you. So let me open it up, and apologize for taking longer, but I know this was something that I know I wanted to make sure I had my, you know, I was waiting for the presentation.
Sure.
So let me open it up to the public.
Just before you, I'll say this too, if you guys would like me to come back quarterly or every 6 months or whatever, just to give everybody an update, I'm happy to do so.
Good,
So,
I think
I
that
have
would be
no
a great
problem
idea.
doing that. And, so if that's something that you guys would think would be helpful, I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, I think quarterly would be a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, so let me open it up to the public for those that are joining us here in our chambers. If there's any questions in regards to the presentation from John Lee, the Vice President from Newark, right? Newark Retail, California.
I have a couple of.
Okay. Okay, seeing none from chambers, let me take it out from those that are joining us, see if there's anyone that's joining us via Zoom. Okay, seeing none, then John, thank you so much. Then
Thank you.
we look forward to seeing you, and thank you for coming in and giving us a presentation. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay, so with that, then we'll move on to our next presentation and our final presentation for tonight, which is Monterey Salinas Transit. Will give us a brief presentation on Soledad Circulator and Bus Stop. So we have Michelle Overmeyer, who is gonna provide the presentation. Welcome, Michelle.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Michelle Overmeyer. I'm the Director of Planning and Innovation with Monterey Salinas Transit. Do you have a presentation? I can pull it up.
Is Leon?
He's online.
I'm doing it. I can email it to you, Megan.
Okay. I don't know if
Leon's online.
he has it. I could email it to him and he could project it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, I'm here. I'm here to attend on this item. However, I don't have I didn't receive a copy of the presentation, so I don't know if I can get that. I wasn't on that email thread. I'm more than happy to share it if I can bring it up.
Let's see if I can forward it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be helpful because I'm having some technical issues in my own today.
Sure.
Michelle, it was from you.
What email address, how many on their city staff? Can send it to?
You do have it?
I just sent it to Leon.
Oh, you did, okay. Because for some reason my account is not.
No problem. Let's give it a minute. And Michelle, you just forwarded it to me?
Yes.
Thank you.
The visuals are really helpful. It just wait a minute.
Thank you.
Did we get it?
I'm still waiting.
Okay.
The big file?
It's a PowerPoint. Should I send it to the clerk?
Yeah.
Send it to her, you can send it forward to us.
I'm gonna use my phone and see.
We're gonna just pause the meeting for a few minutes.
Sure.
Yeah,
Let's do
just
that.
pause the meeting for a few
Okay.
minutes while we get that.
I was told 18th.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we're dealing with some technology issues. So, okay, so we're ready to start, then I will turn this over to Michelle Overmeyer, who's gonna provide a presentation on the Monterey Salinas Transit MST, a brief presentation on the Soledad Circulator and Bus Stop.
Thank you all for your patience here. Again, Michelle Overmeyer with Monterey Salinas Transit. Next slide, please. So I'll give you some quick MST highlights because I think a couple of you might be new to the council. MST is the only public transit operator in Monterey County. This shows our service area. We go all the way up to Gilroy, all the way down to Paso Robles. You can ride the bus anywhere in there for $2 for 2 hours. Next slide. It's a special district with a governing board comprised of 1 member from the Board of Supervisors and 1 member from each city council. Mayor Velasquez represents your city on our board. Next slide. We survey our riders every 2 years. The vast majority of bus riders are low income and minority. 77% of MST bus riders have an annual household income of under $40,000. So people use MST because they have no car available to them, they are unable to drive, or because the bus is cheaper than driving in some situations. Next slide. 60% of our bus riders reported they don't have a car available to them. In that same survey, 20% of the passengers said they wouldn't take the trip if MST wasn't available. So in other words, 20% of bus riders would miss work, school, or medical appointments if the bus was not available. Next slide. This is a map of our Line 20 service, or regional service, that brings people to and from the city of Soledad. MST's express service on Line 23X serves the intersection of Front Street and San Vicente during the morning and afternoon peak periods. And then our regular Line 20 provides hourly service at both that location and the Mission Shopping Center. Next slide. This here presents some data from January to June of this year. There were just over 19,000 boardings within the city of Soledad. During this time frame, ridership increased 38% compared to that same 6-month period last year. Front in San Vicente sees about 42 passengers per day in terms of boardings. The most popular place to get off the bus in Soledad is a tie between Front Street and San Vicente and the Mission Shopping Center. Both have 34 passengers per day getting off the bus. Next slide. MST operates a general public on-call service within the city where anyone can get a door-to-door trip with a reservation. The on-call services have been experiencing a steady decline in ridership over the last several years. In April of 2021, the MST board approved converting these South County on-calls to 4 separate in-town fixed route circulators for the South County cities with consistent operating hours, generally 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., dedicated bus stops, and timely connections to line 23 for people that need to get out of the city. Since August 2021, MST has been working with each city to define these routing concepts that were vetted with the public. Because the South County fixed routes are nearly ready to go now, MST staff will be recommending to the board on Monday that the general public on-call services be discontinued at the end of this year. Next slide. So we're going to be putting in bus stops around town here, and our new bus stops are required to meet ADA standards. And it makes it a little bit tricky to identify locations that don't require the city to make costly upgrades to sidewalks. For safety reasons, the bus stops must also have adequate spacing, clear of obstacles, so the bus can get in and out and safely board passengers. So over the last several years, we've been working with city staff here to identify locations with the least impacts to residents and businesses, while providing the quality service that Soledad deserves. So this map here shows the locations throughout the town where the new stops will be installed for the Soledad circulator. It will operate in a counterclockwise fashion. The bus will come every 30 minutes. I do want to point out that Hartnell College constructed the bus stop for us 3 years ago. They are very anxious for us to start this service, and I know you have a speaker or two lined up to talk about that. We have a partnership with Hartnell, so Hartnell students ride for free. The circles in yellow are locations that serve downtown, and your staff has asked that we highlight these locations for you today. So here we're looking at the intersection of Front and Encinal. As I mentioned, the bus stops need to have curb space that is clear of obstacles and parked cars, so the bus can safely get in and out of traffic to board bus riders. The location on the bottom is in the southbound direction. It's ideally located next to the public parking ride lot. About 8 diagonal parking spaces on Front Street in the public right of way next to the public parking lot would get converted for the 90-foot curb space that MST's bus is going to need in this location. Through recent meetings with city staff, we've determined that there is no longer a desire for line 23 to have timed connections with this local fixed route on Front Street. So MST has determined that the proposed bus stop in the northbound direction is not needed. And that's what's on the top here. So we're not going to be pursuing that bus stop anymore. Next slide. The other area I wanted to highlight is the proposed southbound bus stop at Front and East in front of the Ace Hardware store. Again, we've had several meetings with city staff this summer, and we've fine-tuned this design. MST will need 90 feet of curb space in the public right-of-way. In this location, the city does not have striped designated parking. An average parking space is about 22 feet. So 90 feet is roughly 4 to 5 parking spaces that will get converted for the bus stop. This particular exhibit was created before we met with the business owner last week. So the 90 feet of bus stop curb space is going to be shifted a little bit south here so that the bus stop is not obstructing the storefront window area. Next slide. The Soledad fixed route circulator is something we've been working on for about 5 years now. This is a summary of key events that have happened over those last 5 years. The bus stop design is in the final stages right now. We have a construction company that's ready to start, and we're planning to begin this service in December. Next slide. So I just want to say that this is a joint effort between the city and MST to get modern transit service to the city here for the residents and the businesses. This is an old record I found of some of our early outreach that both the city and MST took when we first started planning this. Slide. So I'm happy to answer questions. I also have Kelly Helkin here, who is our Chief Human Resources Officer, that can answer any operational or safety questions.
Thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. So let me, before I bring it to the council for questions, let me take it out to the public first, and then I'll bring it back for questions. So let me take it out to the public that's joining us here in our chambers, and then I'll take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. So for the public that's joining us here in our chambers, if there's any public comments on this item.
Hello, I'm Johnny Alcantar, owner of Ace Harbor Soledad, my wife Maria Alcantar. And first and foremost, I'd like to say that I'm pro MST, what they do, and thank you for what they do and everybody involved in that service. It's a great service. But today I'm here to argue the point that how badly it's gonna affect putting that bus stop where we load and unload vehicles, trucks, our deliveries, lumber materials, and keep in mind, we need to have a heavy duty forklift to unload a lumber cart, a lumber trailer. And that roughly occupies the forklift alone is about 14 feet. So an additional, I don't know, 5-6 feet that pops out. So you're talking about 17, 18 feet in total that we have to intrude sometimes into the road itself. So that right there is just gonna cause a big problem to wipe out 90 feet of our loading zone area. It's also it's gonna be problematic for our employees to be doing all of this when we're worried about buses coming in and out into that parking space. We have a huge investment, a huge commitment to produce set numbers there at the store. Obviously, if we don't meet that goal, we're shutting down the doors. So yeah, this is definitely super impactful. And had we known this, I mean, hearing the other project about shopping center, we would have looked elsewhere. We wouldn't have came in and planted ourselves in a spot where it's just gonna be really, really difficult for us to do business or exist for that matter. So.
And what I wanted to say is, I didn't realize the issues the city was having trying to bring people into the city, businesses into the city. And now that we're here and invested $3.5 million, you guys are okay with trying to shut us down to have the MST come in? There's other areas, we've even looked at other areas where MST can come in. I mean, we are pro MST, nothing against it. It's just, why would you guys want to put it in our loading zone when obviously Soledad has issues of trying to bring businesses in? I mean, how are you guys gonna support us in our $3.5 million that we invested in your city? Like, where is the support? Because it's been a project. I mean, I understand that, but we're in a different time zone right now. And if you guys wanna keep tax revenues here, you gotta support us. And we're not getting that support in any kind of way, shape, or form. We're gonna have to let go half of our staff in the next couple of weeks, because we have to crunch numbers. Our mortgage is $22,000, if that means anything to anybody. Like, it's not only gonna be impactful on a personal level, but how about a thank you for investing in our city? Like, we don't even get that, and I'm not expecting that, because that's not why we came in. We came in because we believe in the city, this is where we're from, and we know Soledad doesn't have anything like this. We could have went anywhere else, we chose Soledad because that's where we're from. We have a store in King City, we could have went anywhere else, it didn't have to be here. So with that being said, if there's anything that we can work with to try to move it elsewhere, I mean, please work with us. That's all I'm asking.
There is a portion of the property north to us, crossing the parking lot right at the light. There's about another 50 or so feet with diagonal parking on that street the bus would be better situated there. And I say that because if you go back to that map where you have the Ace Hardware, you can see that you can cross over. And I'll wait until we go to that slide. So if you look at where the green is at on the left there, the community can cross over, right? And be on the right-hand side of the front street. And then if there's gonna be another section of the bus stop, which I think there is over there by the liquor store, then they're able to cross over again, crossing E Street into what would be another bound heading north. So rather than them stopping at the Ace Hardware where the proposed site is at and having to walk back another 100 feet extra for no reason.
For the crosswalk,
Yeah.
that's what he's saying, it's a safety issue, because
Yeah.
there's no crosswalk where the MST is gonna be, they have to
Yeah.
retract to go on the crosswalk. to
Yeah,
cross the street.
thank you, and I'm sorry, I know it's 3 minutes, I want to be respectful of the time,
And if
so.
you walk south,
Done.
sorry, Anna,
Yeah.
if you walk south, there's
Thank you.
nothing there either, so.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Do we have anyone else that wants to speak on this issue? Or you want to come to the front?
Good evening. I will try not to take it long. My name is Zoe Cruz and I'm a Soledad resident. I'm also the Associated Students President as well as the Student Trustee for Harnell College. I'm here on behalf of the students using public transportation to let you know just how valuable it is to these college students. We have a long-standing partnership, as it was mentioned, with MST, who've done just a great job with not only transporting our South County students, but as well as the students in Salinas and in Castroville as well. We are also very grateful that MST has also reinstated line 47 from Maine to Alisal up in Salinas. And as it was mentioned, we have had discussions with MST about establishing a stop at the Soledad Education Center. As our current stops right now are, at Front Street and by the shopping center. We just believe that having that stop at the Soledad Education Center would be very beneficial for our students, especially those who are traveling from the South County Center to the main campus and vice versa. Unfortunately, for those students who are walking from those bus stops, about a half-hour walk from each of those bus stops. So, again, we are very grateful for MST providing this free transportation for our students. It's a very big need. In the office that I work at, I work with a lot of students who use the public transportation. And we just are very appreciative that MST has done this deed for us. And we hope this conversation not only continues, but we actually see a bus stop at the Soledad Education in the near future. But again, we are very grateful for all the work that MST does for our students. Thank you for having me come speak to you all as well.
Thank you. Anyone else in our chambers? Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. And I do see Dr. Halomo, if you want to unmute yourself, Dr. Romero Halomo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Romero Halomo, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Vice President for Student Affairs at Hartnell College. I've been in my position for approximately 12 years, and I would just like to offer my support for the planned MST fixed route that will connect Front Street to the Hartnell campus. My request is for the council to approve MST's encroachment permit as soon as possible so that this vital service can be implemented for Hartnell students. I'd like to say that I actively campaigned for Measure T, who many of you may have voted for in the past. Measure T for Hartnell College generated the necessary funding to build the Soledad campus. I attended meetings in the planning of the Soledad Educational Center, watched the building come up, and was there for the opening of the Soledad Education Center. It is a very important center for our students. It provides access in South County, but just as importantly, as Soledad continues to grow, so will the need to get students to the educational center. Your center provides access to post-secondary education for those folks living in Greenfield, Soledad, Gonzales, and even in points north of that. So I'd also like to say that I've spent many years partnering with Michelle Overmeyer for services that MST has provided throughout the Hartnell district. As our Associated Student Body President, Ms. Cruz, had mentioned a moment ago, we have provided routes so that students can just show their ID and hop on an MST bus. And as long as they're going to a Hartnell College campus or get picked up from Hartnell College campus and return home, they can do so for free. And this is a service that is very unique to our area. It's called the Free Fare Zone. And without our partnership with MST, we could not offer it. So please, this is my ask of your support for the MST encroachment permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Halomo. Appreciate your comments. Okay, any additional comments from those that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, then I will close in the public comment period for this item and then bring it back to the council. And I will start with Councilmember Cabrera.
Just a point of information, this is not an action item.
No.
This is for discussion.
Yes,
only.
for discussion only, correct, yeah.
So I have two questions. The first one is, a little bit, what is it, south or no, west, but east? And on Front Street, if you move that way in Front Street, there's a space of parking, a couple of parking spaces in front of the car wash. Is that enough space for a bus stop? Will that be a place to consider? So that it won't change, it won't affect a bit their business?
I'm not sure exactly where you're speaking to, but for the last 3 years, we've been working with city staff on identifying these locations, and we have certain operating requirements for the bus system. And so that's how we came up with the locations that you saw on the map.
Yeah, because it is important that we look into maybe a possibility. Because if you, is there any way that you can go back to the map where all these stops are? Because I know that you guys, that we've been working in this for over 5 years. But my concern since the first time that I heard the whole plan is that it's almost at the beginning of the presentation. It's a map. If you go back, there's a map where it has there, that one. So the thing that continues to concern me is that you have, or we have those five stops on west. and all that, and we only have like three in the east side of town. And that portion is the poorest portion in the city. So, I used to live in that area. And since then, I will always see people walking with children and groceries. And this is what I said last time. In that area, I always see people walking with children, walking with groceries. But in this area where we have a lot of stops, I see people jogging or doing exercise. So in my mind, we're putting 6 stops where people jog or people run for fun, but we're putting 3 or 4 in a place where people walk for necessity. And that's something that I don't understand. I know it is really hard to make changes, but we have to kind of look at different, yes, because we're at a different stage. And if it is possible, then we have to give a little room for that. If it is possible, and if not, we have to say why it's not possible. You know what I mean?
I would say that's a really good suggestion. I always like to provide more service. But like I mentioned, we're limited on where we can put bus stops, new bus stops. And so in older parts of cities, the infrastructure, the sidewalks aren't wide enough to meet ADA standards. So to put in a new stop, we would have to widen the sidewalk. We work with cities so that we can maybe get new stops put in at the same time they're doing a road project, get it all done at once. So I could see the future stops in this neighborhood. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Once you set the distance that the bus needs, then definitely if you go on Monterey, it will be almost impossible because it's one after another car. So it's really tight right there. But maybe in Palm Avenue, that is a little bit less congested. We can see maybe one. I think we only have one.
So Councilmember Cabrera, so what we can do is, because I know our public works staff has been working for the last couple of years on these projects, so we can ask them, Megan, if we can ask them to look at this section of the area and where the sidewalks are, whether they meet the standards in terms of the ADA for the additional, if possible. I don't know if there's a possibility at this stage in terms of the process, right? Whether that could be changed, because we already have contracts that have been already approved in terms of for the contractor, if that can happen, but at least to look at where in that side of town, where is it possible to add additional stops in the future and do the sidewalks meet the ADA accessibility? Because our staff has been working with MST to be able to look at the possibility of where these stops could go.
Yes,
So
but
would
it's a
that work?
conversation. Yes,
Yeah.
I would like to see something.
Okay. Okay, Megan, can we make sure that the public works staff looks at identifying some of these in the older side of town? If some of the ADA, if the sidewalks meet some of the ADA standards for future?
But also look at the possibility in front of the car wash, if it is enough room for that. No,
And it's the driveways, there's like several driveways,
it has to.
nothing about this.
For the, yeah, so let's,
I was like
let's make
six.
sure that, so staff, council, let's make sure we're, yeah, it's one at a time, so the other then, so Megan, the car wash, so you're saying for the one on the front street to ensure, to look at, not to stop on front of Ace, but to stop in the car wash?
Yeah, they say there's not enough space, so. Just look for another option if it is possible for another option.
I don't know that we can do that at this
No.
point to get this going by December, but perhaps we can add another stop in the future.
Okay. Yeah, and I think, council, I think the issue is here, obviously, there's been the project has been the project has been looked at for several years now, and I know that there's been different conversations that have happened with MST and with our staff to be able to look at different possibilities of where this can go. And, you know, we want to make sure that we find a balance in terms of supporting our transportation systems, and we also want to support our businesses, right? And we want to make sure that we're looking at what are the options that we have available in front of us right now to be able to ensure that we still have the transportation services that are needed, but that we also support the businesses to be successful. And what can we accomplish? I know there was a couple of things that were talked about, and I want to make sure that I share that in my delivery of my section, but so we can put it out as a possibility. So let's just put it out there, Megan, whether that's a possibility or not, to see if that's even feasible at this point. Okay, so we're gonna put it as a possibility, Councilmember Cabrera, to see if that's even feasible at the point that we're at now. Because here, again, this is the presentation. There's been a lot of conversations, and there's been contracts that have been executed at this point, and I just want the council to understand that, right? And so.
I do understand, but
Okay.
it is also a conversation. So if we just say we already signed contracts, then I don't see the point of having a conversation about something. That's why we're having a conversation, right?
Well, I will go back to the schedule. Looks like page 12 here. So we did public engagement, and this was designed with feedback we got from the
No,
public.
I understand that. What I'm asking is just to give it a second look, one other look, and see what are the possibilities as in the present, so that we can have something solid. Because we cannot, I feel that we cannot come up and tell that our residents, you know, we signed a contract 5 years ago, and that's it. We have.
No, we just
have
signed
to-
the contract because we.
No, I'm saying, I'm just speaking in theory. We cannot say that. I think that our residents deserve another look and say, look, this is what this is the plan that we had. As of right now, there is no possibility, or there is a possibility, but we need that portion. You know, we need that portion so that they can see that we are doing at least an effort.
So I will say that there was a term called analysis paralysis, where you can continue to analyze and look at different options, and it just delays, delivering quality service to the residents. So adding, at this late in the game, an analysis of another location would require another design, and we will not meet the December deadline.
Yep, so we're gonna
Okay.
stop, because I wanna make sure that we're going along and that we're moving along. This is a presentation. Council, it's already gonna be 8 o'clock and we have other stuff on the agenda, so I know that if this is gonna require additional information, then I wanna make sure this is a presentation. We'll figure out how we need to move it, or we need to re-agendize this to have it come back as an item of discussion, to be able to have additional determination on how we're gonna move forward, but today was a presentation, so I wanna make sure the council understands that it wasn't an action item, it's a presentation. And so we're not taking any action item or making any changes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just wanna make sure that's clear. So, Councilmember Cabrera, your points are well taken. So, okay, so let me just go through so we can have the final conversation. So Megan got that information to see what we can do. And then let me go through all of the other comments, and then we'll come back to determine what we want to do as a council. So Councilmember Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez.
It's so funny, you always say my full name, it's just me, I don't know why it makes me laugh. So I like public transit. I, believe it or not, when I went to UC Santa Cruz, I would take the Santa Cruz bus to Watsonville, and then take Watsonville to Salinas, and then sometimes Salinas to Soledad when folks weren't able to pick me up, and I had to walk from the stop down by the Lawson all the way to where I live, which is by Soledad High School. So it's a pretty big walk. So I'm glad that we're expanding and that we're having more bus stops. I am curious to know if you have any like data on how long it takes a bus to stop. Like if there's like a certain time that they take, 2 minutes, 1 minute. I don't know
Yeah,
if there's
it
data.
depends on how many bus riders are getting on and off. If there's a wheelchair, that takes a couple minutes, you know, to do the ramp and get the wheelchair loaded and secured, so it varies.
And then, because we're adding a lot of stops in Soledad, is there like projection of how longer it's gonna take, how much longer it's gonna take these, to like get around and then to like say, go to Salinas, right? I would assume it's about 40 to 45 minutes now. Will that increase significantly because of all these bus stops?
Guess I'm not understanding the time to travel within the city.
Yeah, because if there's 3 stops, right, it takes a certain amount of time, and then if we have 9 stops, it's just gonna take longer to go around the city. So is there like do you have like an answer for how long it might take? In total?
So the line 23 is not gonna change.
Okay.
That'll be the same.
Mhm.
So that's the regional service.
Mhm.
This is just the local fixed.
Oh, to get people around town.
Just around,
Got it, thank you.
yeah,
I
and
did
it
not-
should be every 30 minutes the bus comes.
Awesome. Cool. And then just, I just have a few comments. I just wanna let folks know that this has been 5 years in the making. And I've only been on council for 5 months, and Councilwoman Banuelos has only been in the council for a few months. We didn't really have any say in this, and that's just how it is. That's the nature of being an elected official. Things happen. And they all have their own kind of time frame, so we can't really blame a group of folks that weren't in the conversation. And I just wanted to say also that I am very empathetic with what the folks from the Ace Hardware shared, and I do want to say that, you know, larger cities do have buses and bus stops in downtown areas that have businesses, and that's just how it kind of operates. And as we're growing, we're gonna kind of see this continue to happen. And, you know, I'm sensitive to the issue, but I think we have to kind of figure out a way for it to work, and hopefully it can work, you know. And it's just kind of like a little bit of where we're at, and I know that you're kind of asking about the moving it a little bit to where that car wash is. There's several driveways in that car wash, so unfortunately it wouldn't be able to happen. And I know it because I go to that car wash. I was there today and looking at it as well. So it's just, I think we're trying, and you know, we are appreciative of businesses. We are appreciative of you being here, and we are grateful for that. It's just kind of where we're at right now. There's not really a lot of wiggle room, I don't think, that we can do. I'd be open to it, but I know that things have to kind of move along, and we have to make these tough decisions sometimes. So yeah, with that being said, and stuff.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Councilmember, Councilwoman, Banuelos.
You know what, I wanted just to, just echo what they said, but then also, if we can just, I mean, I know it's already in process, but if we can try to consider, I'm not sure if anyone remembers where the bus stop was when the Greyhound bus was there. It was just right across the street from Ace Hardware. Maybe we can try to change it on that location and maybe consider, because I know that there's more space. And I'm just kind of making a visual because I go there very often, is of course by the education center in Hartnell. You know, I think that's more feasible. I mean, maybe a good consideration because as the Hartnell representative mentioned, you know, she has to walk 30 minutes to each bus stop, whether it's the Mission Healthcare, the Mission Shopping Center and on Front Street on San Vicente. I mean, I used to use MST and it was great. You know, my family used it as well. But, you know, considering all the logistics that Ace Hardware, you know, shared, we wanted to make sure that we continue to support them. And I know this was a process for 5 years, but maybe we can take into consideration, try to, you know, move that location right across the street because that's where it was feasible for the Greyhound bus. Why can't MST? Just my sake. Thank you.
There is gonna be a stop across the street, because in this location, the bus is going in both directions. And so people would need to get on and off the bus in both directions, and so that's why we have 2 stops there.
So can we just consider just that stop from north and south? Or like the other route, that was across the street from Clínica de Salud? That was just me. That's it. You don't have to answer. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Council. And I know this hasn't been an easy discussion, and I really want to appreciate all the comments that were made. And I appreciate also Johnny and Maria being here. And I want to say that we do appreciate you and we do thank you for being here and for investing in Soledad. And we know that it's not easy, and investing 3.5 million is not just investing anything, right? It's a life savings and it's a lot of money, and we do appreciate that. And I think it's really being able to balance, what we need in terms of the transportation system that our community needs, but also supporting the businesses. So I know this has been it's been a long process. It's been a long process to be able to bring the right type of services that's needed and to be able to look at what is the right circulator. And as we were looking at this as a board, as being on the board of MST, is making sure that we had the right equity services that South County needed. And, being raised and born like you guys in South County is, what do we need and what does our community need to bring those services? But balancing that with also supporting businesses like yours that, you guys are from South County, and wanting to make sure that we do the right thing for both, right? Because it's not about it's one thing or another. It's about how do we support both? Because we want you to be successful, but we also want to make sure that, our students that need the transportation services have that. So it's not we support one or we don't support the other. We support both. And how do we make both pencil out? Because we want both to work for our community members. So for me, it's looking at what do we have right now before us? And I know that we had talked about, is there a possibility? I know you talked about loading and unloading, and you guys have that area where you guys do that. We talked about, I think at some point, whether there's a possibility where there can be a portion of the striping that the city can work with to be able to give you loading and unloading zones. And then whether we could have some type of timing, like parking that could be timed, so that way people aren't parked in your area for a long time if they're not supposed to be there. So I know that we had talked about it for other portions of Front Street, because sometimes people park there and they just leave their cars there and they're really not moving along, right? And that's been a problem for businesses as well. So we haven't, I think this is the time for us to be able to support those conversations of, can we have time parking, and can you identify like where you need that location to be able to have that loading and unloading, so it doesn't impact where you need that space and where it doesn't impact where the bus needs to load and unload. And if it's going to be moved, because Michelle, you showed us a rendering that's not actual, right? Because it's somewhere where the bus is going to be, it's not going to be visible to the front store. So it's going to clear the store, so it's not going to be visible. So that way it's away from the windows, right? Away from the store, so they won't see it. Their customers won't be impacted by the bus sitting in front, which is a good thing. But is there a possibility that we can work with them to identify the loading and unloading, that we can stripe it so people don't park there?
Yeah, I think we can work with the real estate that exists to look at parking configurations that work best for the business owner.
So, so with that, and then I think the other things, in terms of what Councilmember Cabrera mentioned, I don't know if there's a possibility to look at some of the future, especially in the older side of town, for the circulators, because I know that to identify locations where those could be in the future would be important, especially because it is the older side of town if we meet some of those ADAs. And just in terms of Hartnell, so Hartnell already had built in the bus stop, so that's not an issue. As long as the circulators happen, then the bus will stop there, because the bus stop is already built. So that's gonna happen regardless. So I mean, that'll be implemented once the things happen. But I just want to say, I want to thank everyone, and I just want to say thank you to Johnny and Maria, because I know it hasn't been easy, and I know we've heard from prior business owners, as I've mentioned before, and it's been a really difficult conversation. And I just, didn't anticipate when we engaged in this process that it was going to be such such a contentious conversation because we heard from other business owners before, you know, different than this council where it just, you know, it was in a different location. And I just want to say for MST that they did work, you know, to be able to work with the business owners that didn't want them in, you know, didn't want the bus in that specific location. And they worked with them to try to figure out, you know, where do we move it to? Where do we, you know, where can we change it? Where does it work? And I just want to say it's been a really difficult process. And at the end, I know the service is I'm hoping that the service that we get is positive, and I'm hoping that what we can work out with you guys is a positive outcome to make sure that you guys still get what you need in terms of still having the access to the process and the loading and unloading and making sure that you still have the customers that you need to be able to have a successful business. So with that, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for investing in the city of Soledad. And thank you, Michelle. Thank you to MST as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, council, then we're gonna go into our consent calendar. And today we have 16 items on our consent calendar. So I'll ask any members of the public, let me just go to this. What number is it, 16? Yeah. Okay. So let me just gather myself for a few minutes. Okay, council, so we're gonna move on to our consent calendar. And so at this time, do we have any members of the public that wish, any members of the council that wish to pull any items from the consent calendar for discussion or comments?
Yes, I'd like to pull C dash
Okay,
10, C dash
C-10,
14. And that's it. C5.
okay, C5. Four. Okay. And I'd like to pull, just for comment, I want to pull item C-3. C-4, sorry about that.
3, 4, 3, 4. Both. Yeah.
Yeah, 3, 4. And 16. Okay. So I hope we caught all that, so I think I have it written down.
I've got 3, 4, 5, 10, 14, and 16.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5. 11, did I pull 11?
No.
Oh, okay, no, don't, it's okay, yeah, no 11. 14 and 16, perfect, okay. So council, I'll entertain a motion to approve all other consent agenda items with the exception of 3, 4, 5. 10. 15.
I move
14 and
to
16.
approve consent agenda items with the exception of 3, 4, 5, 10, 14, and 16.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Okay. Thank you. So let's move on to item 3, and that's park and recreations. So I pulled that item. Let me just, and this is just a comment. So let me so my comment was, I heard from a couple of community members that said they are absolutely very excited about the free SoCo social that we, I know our recreation department holds, and our, rec department has been doing a really amazing job of doing these, monthly SoCo socials with our seniors. So the only comment that I wanted to share was that these are amazing. They think these are great for our seniors. How can we do more of them? And then also, how can we advertise more of them? Because more of our seniors want to participate. So I know that there's advertising, a lot of word of mouth, but just wanted to relay that message because I know I heard from several of our community members that really wanted to make sure that their loved ones also, their seniors also participated, and they just wanted to make sure that there was more community advertising on our SoCo socials. So thank you and great job.
Some of us want to go too.
Okay, so we'll go on to item 4. Yeah, did we pull 4?
Yep.
Okay. And I pulled 4, right?
Mhm.
Yes. So my comment on item 4 was just, this is on our victim services. So I just wanted to, and looking at all the reports, so thank you, Chief, there's a lot of great information. And I know our victim services does great work. She's doing amazing work. But I think as we're looking at the potential of doing some more legislative work and instituting a legislative ad hoc, I want to see if there's a possibility to be able to obtain a little bit more of additional data in terms of some of the type of issues that she's working with our community that's affecting our community. So I know I see in your police reports that we have an increase like in domestic violence and also on some of the robberies. So I'm seeing more victims of crimes. So I'm not sure whether some of the work that's being done is also assisting some of these victims of crimes. So I think I'm looking for some more data, kind of statistics in terms of what are some of those resources that are being provided to our community members, or some of the issues in terms of the family dynamics, issues of violence or crimes that are affecting our community. So that way, when we start looking at our legislative platform, we can identify which is some of the legislation, or what is some of the legislation that we really want to support for this coming year. And that's all I had. There was no more comments on that. So we'll move to item 5, Councilmember Cabrera.
Yeah, I actually just have a question about the fires. Were those intentional or just accidents or?
So, I can definitely provide that information. Cal Fire is not here because I don't know if everyone's heard about all the fires that are going on in California. They're very short-staffed. And so Jason is on call to address the fire that is over there by 198. Thank you. So we can follow up, but there are some intentional fires that are being set, or there are also accidental fires due to the unhoused individuals who are, start cooking fires. But I can answer the question about specifically the fires that you're referring to.
Nice, thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to item number 10, and that's Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yeah, I just wanted to have like a verbal update out loud. I think we asked for that last time we all met about the situation, just so the public's aware. I don't really have questions or comments, but I'd like to hear a verbal report.
Yeah, sure thing. I'm actually, Alex Ramos, Assistant Engineer with Public Works Department. Good afternoon. We actually have Moses Arismendi, our Water Department head, available online to provide with an update as to what's going on with the wells. Mo, can you chime in?
I don't see this. No.
No, he's not on
If you want, I can chime in. Dawn prepped me and I did talk to Mo. Is he on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
He should be doing.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, he's KGN.
That's
That's
it.
why.
Mo, can
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. What was your question, council member?
It's not a question. I was just hoping to have a verbal report.
Mo, this is the status of the work that we're doing with well, number 11.
Yes, so at the moment, we own a motor, so we're looking at 2 to 4 weeks to get here, and then we still got installed. So it's a work in progress. But as far as the system is maintaining, we're staying stable, meeting demand. So it's takes a little time, but you know, things are moving along.
And, just if I may add, it's our recommendation that we, continue. We're asking you to receive and accept this update on the emergency declaration, for the city's water system, by minute motion, and we wanted to continue, this because of, the continued needs on well number 11. I did authorize the purchase of the motor, and also we sent the existing motor out for repair. So we did send it to Texas, I believe. And we have a few wells that are continuing experiencing some mechanical issues with pumps. We mentioned well number 6, which is up and running, but it has had some vibration issues that we're continuing to monitor. But we are also having some issues with well number 7 more recently, and booster that we're monitoring. And again, I approved purchase of parts to keep those functioning, but it takes time. Whether it's to get, as Mo had indicated, you know, 2 to 4 weeks, we're waiting for the motor for 11, and then we have to find people who can install. So we want to continue as we are, and I will just say that we have a highly professional, excellent team in Public Works, who have been really on top of it. Mo and his team, Alex and Don have really continued to work to make sure that we have the pumps. It may seem like we're having a lot of issues with our water system, and I will say that we have analyzed a lot of this stuff that is existing in our CIP. But we do recognize that we are taking a deeper look, and we will be working on an updated rate study so that we can be more proactive on these repairs. And then council will have some choices about how aggressive we are in addressing some of those repairs, because obviously the more we do, the more expensive it is. But we do want to ensure nothing is more important than ensuring that we have our water and sewer infrastructure. That is one of the most important things that the city does.
Thank you, Megan.
Thanks, Megan.
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify, because we're not, I mean, I know we're gonna extend the emergency, but we have the other 2 wells that initially when we did an emergency that were down, but just for our community to know that those two other wells are functioning.
Yeah.
So it's just now because we still are waiting for the pump to come back.
Yeah.
And so it's still taking a while, but the other two pumps are working, so it's just waiting for this one. That's the only reason why we're extending the emergency.
Yeah, and I think, just we're having some motor issues
Right.
on, 7
And to just add to what Megan was saying about that portion about sending the older motor back to Texas, the reason is so we can have that as a spare and a standby, so we don't run into this issue again. We're trying to do a much more
Proactive.
approach as opposed to a reactive approach, of course. So, yeah,
Perfect. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to item 14, and I'll turn this over to Councilmember Ansaldo Santos.
Yes, I did have a few questions about this item. I don't know who I have to direct the question. Can you? Excuse me. Yeah, so I see that it says over the last 4 years, the city of Soledad has partnered with Front Street, a local community group. Do you have any more information about who that group is?
So I believe, and I do have Tancia Vargas here, who is the Economic Development Coordinator. She actually helped with helped with the very first Spook Fest. And so dealing a lot with the Front Street businesses. So I believe that's what it's referring to, correct?
Yes, and also Front Street, basically it's with the Front Street group, the ones that put the Facebook page, so they support a lot of the businesses. And they're the ones originally, before I started here, they started a parade, and that's how it started. And then the following year, it was an actual event at Cesar Chavez Park.
Okay, so this has to do with the Front Street Facebook group?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm wondering if we have any criteria for the groups that we partner with, what the criteria is to partner with those groups?
Not that I am aware of in regards of specific criterias, but because this event has been an annual event for the past 4 years, and it's been a very good event for our community because it involves also a trunk or treat for our children and our families. It's just been one of those ongoing partnerships that we've just been fostering. But I do believe that when it comes to sponsorships or working with events with nonprofit organizations, we try to make sure that it is a beneficial need to the community.
Do you have the names of the folks that run the Front Street page?
The ones, well, Maria Correa, which is actually a council member, and Frank.
Okay.
Both.
And then I do have some questions and comments about that. Are we able to partner with groups that give out political endorsements?
So I will defer that to the city attorney. It is our understanding, and this partnership started, I think this would be the 5th annual Spook Fest. But the partnership started during the pandemic. And it was a way of bringing trick or treat to the community, because, during the pandemic, it wasn't going to happen. So at the time, the Front Street group had started a page as kind of a community service to share resources at the time. And I know Chief is here. At the time, the police department partnered with the organization because we wanted to bring this to the community. And we have, the event itself is not a political event. And to our knowledge, the group itself is a resource group that just is kind of a webpage for businesses to share resources. The Front Street businesses like the event because it brings a lot of trick-or-treaters to the area. And we have it also is for younger kids to come. And the reason why this item is before you is the city does partner with a lot of different organizations. For example, the city partners with Liberty Chapel Church on the Harvest Fest because it brings activities to different segments of the population. We've partnered with Celebration Nation before to bring resources. So in terms of criteria, you know, when we're working with a nonprofit or another business organization that's bringing services to the community, we do partner, you know, and also with Hot Summer Days.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't know if Mike wanted to take the political.
Yeah, I don't actually know the definitive answer. I think that we have traditionally never partnered with an organization who was formed exclusively for the purpose of doing political endorsements. But whether or not we have an outright prohibition on partnering with groups that have expressed an interest either in an endorsement of a candidate or a measure or a particular issue, I don't know. We haven't actually ever explored that issue.
I say that because there has been instances with with one person that has that Facebook group of harassing you know, folks that come and speak in public comment, maybe against something that they're interested in. So I don't know how comfortable I would feel with being able to partner with those folks. And, you know, there's been contentious times as well. I myself was blocked from that group before I was on council for supporting Mayor Velasquez in 2022, and it's happened to other folks as well. So it's just something that I don't know kind of how it would look to continue partnering with the group that has some contentious things that go on. And I'm also curious to know if we can move forward with this Spook Fest without that partnership, or if there's a major contribution, that's why we're partnering with them. Do you have any information about that?
They actually lead the event. We, as our department, what we've been doing, well, I've actually been the one doing it. My role is to support. They do provide a DJ, they provide, we provide the sense, and actually our police department also provides the closures and if need be, the control of the area. I love the event only because it provides a safe environment for our children. And then it brings people down to our downtown. It's really a really great atmosphere to be in. I do understand your concerns, but that's our role. We don't contribute in any other way other than our time. And because it also falls during the day, Halloween, and you know, it provides a safe environment, and that's mainly our role. It's just to support, if anything, you know, with the logistics. But they basically do everything. They run the event. Yeah.
And as a city, our main goal is also to make sure that the street is closed and that then there's a safe barricade, making sure that council is aware that they are also utilizing the Cesar Chavez Park as well. So that also has to come to council for you guys to okay as well. So when it comes to those types of logistics, we as a city partner with them because they're using city facilities. And but they are the main event holder. They are the main organizer.
Sounds good. And I mean, this was just things that I wanted to bring up. I'm in support of this. I think this is a really good event for, you know, for our kids, but I wouldn't be an elected official if I didn't bring up that concern. And transparency is super important to me. So that's why I brought forward these concerns. And then I think that's all I have.
Yeah, and I'd like to speak on that too, because I thought I had brought this up as well, and I think I've shared my concerns with this as well, and I don't recall last year that we did this, or maybe I don't remember whether it was partnering again with the Front Street page, but I have shared my concerns in regards to the page being not inclusive and blocking people. So I know I have brought those concerns forward. And I know for me, it's been, you know, I've shared that and I've said that before, that I don't think the city, and I don't know legally, but that the city should not be partnering with organizations that exclude residents. And I know that we partner with Liberty Chapel, the 4th of July Committee and other people, but I think also for me, moving forward, I think because we have, you know, also Councilwoman Banuelos here that represents the 4th of July, as well as Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo representing, you know, the Front Street page, that I think it's important for us to have criteria in terms of sponsorship and who we're gonna sponsor with. And I think it's also important for us to have language that if any of the organizations that any of us represent that have political endorsement process or have political affiliations, that the city cannot participate because the city is not a political, cannot participate, or we can't use public dollars to be able to participate in political organizations that and organizations that have political affiliations. And so I think that needs to be very clear. And so for us to be very transparent and for our residents to be able to ensure that they feel that there is no perception or of impropriety or of, you know, of preferential treatment because a sitting council member is being afforded a different treatment than a regular citizen in terms of who we sponsor, who we support, or who we don't. I think that's important policies that we need to ensure that we have specific criteria. And I also, for me, is if we're gonna sponsor, if we're gonna support people and we're gonna support organizations, and they need to know that we're supporting organizations that are inclusive of every member of our organization or every member of our community, and that they can't be picking and choosing who they want to support or engage with or not. I don't think, for me, I know there's a lot of concerns that I have with the Front Street Facebook page, and you know, I've shared those concerns, you know, in regards to supporting that. So I think it's a great event, you know, and I'm okay to move forward with it, but I think for me is I will support it this time, but I think next year we have to really think about what policies we're gonna put in place, and if we're gonna move forward with it, then I think there has to be some really clear delineation about what that front page does and what it doesn't do. And the city, I would like some type of analysis of whether we can engage with supporting them in the future or not, based on some of the concerns that we've heard, not just from the council, but we've also heard it from our community members.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We definitely can look at that. I just did want to add that when we did receive a complaint, I monitored the Facebook page for 6 months every day and did not see any political endorsements on the Facebook page. And I saw mainly just, there's a lot of stuff about businesses, events, those sorts of things, community events and so forth. And I was not aware of the fact that people have been blocked for expressing comments. I think that, you know, we have very little control over what happens in editing Facebook pages and so forth. We're not in charge of that. And so if there's been back and forth on different issues and people arguing and those comments have been deleted, we don't have any control over that. But that may be a consideration that we want to take into play as to whether or not we want to partner with any entities or organizations that are editing their Facebook pages in that manner. So, but I did want to indicate that we did respond. When you responded, when you said that one time to me, I actually asked to join their Facebook page and checked it every day and didn't see any endorsements going on at all. So
A quick follow-up with that, when you monitored it, was it during like an election era?
it was, there hasn't been a period when we haven't had an election for the last year or anything. So it was during a 6-month period, every day faithfully. First thing I did in the morning was log into Facebook and check to see whether or not there was something there that caught my attention.
I forgot that I was elected. Last year.
Through the chair, and they did when I was running. They continually show Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo's campaign, and a couple of people tried to put mine, and I was blocked, and they removed it. So they did.
Okay.
For during the whole time, they did.
I didn't.
And
See so this is when you ran.
When I was running for
Yeah.
for
Which was
3 years ago.
So there's, I mean, there's other individuals that have shared that with us, Mike, that has been occurring, so we know it has, so. It is, and I think for me, that's why it's important, so I think, you know, as was said, it is a great community event, but I think for me, I want to make sure that as we move forward for next year, we think if we're going to do this event, that we look at how the city's going to entertain this event and how we're going to move forward with it. And then I think for me, the other thing I want to make sure as we're moving forward with these events, because I think it's important for us to be able to bring forth a budget to the council to look at what is the in-kind contribution, because we want to make sure that we also let our community members know that that this council is supporting these events that are really important for the community, but these events also come at a cost that is important, right? But I want to be able to share with my community members, with our community members, that these events are really critical and we invest in them because they are community focused and because we heard that the community wants these events. But it comes with an in-kind contribution of $40,000 or $50,000 or whatever they may be. And I think that's important for the council to know, because when we're looking at the budgeting for next year, the council needs to be aware that here's like, you know, the in-kind contributions for these events, it's gonna come at a cost of $150,000 or whatever that may be for these events that we're planning on moving forward with. So the budget portion is really important, and I haven't seen it in these events. So I think the in-kind contribution and the budget is really important to bring forth when we bring these events to the council.
And just Mayor, through the chair, I did want to let council know, we did try to package, and maybe we'll do a better job this year, all the events so that you could look at them holistically, so that in the calendar year, we would have all of these events laid out, so we wouldn't have to come for each item. So maybe what we can do is work on some of the criteria in terms of partnership, and then come back with a whole slate for next calendar year.
Through the chair, I think that we do have a form that we complete to do partnerships, right? We don't just say, oh, let's do it. So we put, I know for Parks and Recreation, there is a form that people use or organizations use to, so that the city can partner with them and contribute in some form. There is a form.
The sponsorship.
Sponsorship, so there is a form. So what we probably need is lay down that criteria that we need. All of us have restrictions, all of us. We're not saying that we're not, at least for my part, I'm not saying that we should not. But I think that we have to be equal treatment and say, you know, we want to continue with this partnership, but these are the restrictions that we have because the city cannot support this area. We don't want to tell them what to do. We don't want to tell them how to act, how to be. But in a public, when they say something in public, because I have a lot of people that were insulted because they were supporting me, or they were insulted because they were supporting the measure. So and it was the same person. I'm not gonna say that it was everybody. It was the same person that was doing this. And I think that there's a time in which you have to say, look, if you continue working like that, if you continue acting like that, we're not gonna partner with you. And that's not just for them, it's for everybody. Everybody who wants to partner with the city must be in this area, must be regulated by this criteria.
Okay, and we can definitely look into that. I mean, when and mind you, and maybe because I am fairly new to this process in regards to the city of Soledad, I don't know the Front Street Facebook page, or I don't know what you guys are referring to, but when an event comes in front of my department, when it comes to a temporary use permit or something like that, for me as a director, I'm not looking at it on a political level. I'm looking at it in regards of how is it beneficial to the community. So a little bit of my naivety in regards of not understanding this Front Street Facebook page, but that is definitely something we can look into in regards to sponsorships now going forward, in regards of hearing your concerns. And we could work with the city attorney to see what kind of criteria we are able to set.
Because they do a lot of work with the community. They do a lot of work, so
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember.
And on through the chair, on the issue of the budget, that's something that we used to do on a regular basis, and for whatever reason, we stopped doing that. But yeah, Chief, as you can attest to, we used to sort of do the math at the end of the staff report. It would say we're gonna need 2 officers for 4 hours at this dollar amount and so forth. Same thing with the public works folks that we would need. So we could definitely give you an estimate as to what those costs would be.
Yeah, I think that's important.
And yeah, to the council, if I may add this.
So can we wait till we recognize?
sure.
Yeah, okay. Do you have a question?
No, just comment. It's okay.
Okay. Go ahead and
Just
make
a comment, just out of transparency, thank you guys for partnering up with them, but, this is I support also the Spook Fest as well, because it brings out the community, safe place, just as, Liberty Chapel does that too, because it's an alternate, rather than going out trick or treating, throughout the day. So this is, it's a good support. On the other hand, I think with the Spook Fest, the Front Street page, I think moving forward, I hope that, they have a change of heart, and kind of support. So, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think criteria and transparency is important, so we'll move forward with that. So I think with that, then we have our last item is item 16. And that is joint resolution number 6155, a joint resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad and the Housing Authority of the City of Soledad approving the extension of RBC Community Investment Loans and consent for the transfer of RBC Community Investments Limited Partner Interest in Benito FLC Partnership and Benito Street Partnership to the Monterey County Housing Authority Development Corporation. So I will let you come up to the front, and I know it's a big title and there was a lot of information, and it's been a project that has been established for a very long time, and thank you for, all of the work that's been done with the Housing Authority and the partnership.
You're welcome. First off, the Benito properties, they are tax credit deals that we did in the past. And so what we're doing at the Housing Authority now is we are kind of reestablishing ourselves and looking at all of the previous deals that we had and opportunities to expand our affordable housing footprint. So when we looked at these 2 properties, Benito FLC and Benito Affordable, they're actually at the 15-year tax credit period. So at that particular point, we can take back the interest from the investors. Taking back this interest would allow us to have the properties, re-syndicate them, put money in them to make them better. It expands the opportunities for us to do the affordable housing. As far as the loans that are on there, and re-looking at the properties, we noticed that both of them had loans that were coming due this year. The properties cannot sustain the payments to make those in full. So we do have consent from the banks to have an extension for 1 year with the consent of the City of Soledad. And without doing that, we will also be looking at how we want to change the property. So it's all kind of tied together. We'll take each property, we will do an extension on the loan to give us another year to do the payment. We get the consent from the city so that we can transfer the ownership from the limited partnership. And then that will allow us to be able to re-syndicate the property or go through other avenues to keep it affordable in the city.
Thank you for that. So, just a quick question on that, because I know that we have a home loan on it that the city provided. So the affordability period for the loan is still 55 years. So that's still gonna remain affordable. So just
the original agreements still stay in place. We just take over the ownership interest from the limited partnerships.
Perfect. And then the year span, you'll look for another limited partnership.
We're looking at that and other alternatives.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for providing that. I know that we wanted to make sure that the public understood. I know it's a little bit complex in terms of all of the different financing. So I appreciate you coming and providing that information. So
Through the chair, I didn't know if Salika wanted to introduce herself.
yes, and if you could please introduce yourself and welcome to the City of Soledad. Yes.
I am Zalika Morgan. I'm the Executive Director for the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey, and I'm also the President and CEO for HDC, which is our development arm. I brought with me today because I didn't know how much discussion you guys would want to have. So we got the team with Nora. Nora, I always mess up your last name, so you don't have to say it.
Rubalcaba.
And she's the Director of Development right now, and then we have Mike Simon, who's our attorney, he handles all our development issues. That way, any questions that you have, we will be able to answer them and reassure you as to the process. Because I think this is the first time that your staff is participating in a transaction like this. It's kind of normal for us, it's something we do all the time, but we wanted to make sure that everybody understood what was happening and what changes were occurring and the ones that were not, so that we can create this partnership and let it grow.
Perfect. Well, thank you. And thank you for, welcome to the city of Soledad. And it's really nice to meet you. I know I've heard your name in many different arenas, and I've had the privilege of working with the Housing Authority for many, many years. So I know Nora from many years ago when I was working with the city of Salinas. And so, it's nice to see you. So I'm gonna ask you one question because I think our residents will want to know. So with all of this transaction that's happening, the rental rates, the rate.
No, all of that.
All of that's gonna stay the same.
Yeah, all of
There's
that's
no
staying the same.
increases to the residents' rents and rates and any of that.
No, this will not affect any of that. Everything will stay in place. This is more of a behind the scenes type transaction because it's between all the ownership departments, but the rent, the property management, all of that will stay exactly the same. Until, maybe if we do a syndication, which if we did, we'll come out and do outreach to let the community know what was happening so that they'll be aware and they won't get shocked.
Perfect. Well, I think and those are some of the questions I have.
Through
So
the chair, I just have a quick question, and maybe your legal counsel actually can answer. The consent form that was provided for the city to sign is titled the consent of the Housing Authority, but the recitals actually read that both the city and the Housing Authority are providing their consent for this particular transaction. Does that need to be changed?
With seemingly merged, we put them both in there. The original documents were only with the Housing Authority.
Okay.
And therefore, we only technically need consent from the Housing Authority. But without having a separate board, we weren't sure how you would want to caption that.
Okay, yeah, because it definitely, the recitals definitely say that both the city and the Housing Authority are providing their, so it would make sense to title it that way and have a separate signature for both the Housing Authority and the city. So,
Yes.
okay, cool.
And just so everybody understands, when Ms. Boynton's head, this is all behind the scenes. Tax credits are awarded under section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code. There's an initial compliance period where the investor has to stay in for 15 years. When the 15 years runs, they've already gotten the benefit of their bargain. They got tax credits, they got tax losses, they want to leave. Once they're gone, we are allowed to re-syndicate, get an additional tranche of tax credits from a different investor to make capital improvements. That's what changes. Everything else stays the same. Affordability restrictions stay the same. The rents charged stay the same. It just gives us an opportunity if we need to upgrade roofs, HVAC, that sort of thing.
So will you be making improvements to the property?
First, we have to get the new loan terms set out. Then we have to find somebody to work with us to go out and procure a new investor. But yeah,
And then analyze what's needed.
that's right.
Got it. Okay, good. Well, thank you. And I don't know if the council has any questions.
They're more like a comment. So the way that you are explaining it is kind of for you, yeah, and then let me bring that way, because that's how I process my mind. It's just the same way when I get a mortgage and then my bank sells the mortgage to another bank and everything stays the same, you just continue to pay to a different, yes.
Pretty much.
Then the other one is kind of like when you depreciating a car and then you sell it to another company and that company can also depreciate it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, because it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And you brought that whole thing. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you. Nice to meet you. And Nora, nice to see you again. Nice to see you. Well, thank you so much. So, yeah, thank you. I don't think there was any additional questions, but thank you so much for making the trip to the city of Soledad. So hopefully you and stay and please enjoy some Starbucks or some Dutch Bros before you leave.
Gas.
Okay, so with that, council, then I will entertain a motion to approve
I motion to approve consent items 3, 4, 5, 10, 14, and 16.
So, I mean, second,
And the only thing I want to add is that in approving 10, you are also then approving the continuance of the emergency, right? That's the emergency weapon. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez and second by Councilmember Cabrera. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries unanimously, so we will move forward with business. Thank you. So, thank you. So, yes, so we'll move forward with business item number 1, resolution number 6156, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving in-kind city services, waiving special event fees, approving city closure of Front Street between Main Street and Soledad Street for the inaugural Soledad Wine and Dine, a food and wine experience. So I will turn this over to Tencia and Henry.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'd like to formally introduce myself. My name is Henry Aguilar. I am the Community Engagement Coordinator, and I am here with Tencia, the Economic Development Coordinator, and Greg Stevens from the Soledad Historical Society. And I am here to introduce the inaugural Soledad Wine and Dine, a food and wine experience. It's a brand new event that we are trying to put together for our community. Our community has asked for events like these. And we finally have some resources. We have good momentum, and we're working really hard for this event to take place. And it does have a date of September 28th. This all depends on how we can move forward with our permitting. This includes our ABC license. It also includes the communication and establishing a relationship with our local wineries, local businesses, local vendors. So we are trying to complete this tentative date, but there is a high possibility of rescheduling the event for December 14th. It all depends on if we can achieve our permits on time and if we can achieve every other piece to the puzzle on time. We do not want to make this event rushed. And I will move forward over with some of the event details. So we have this event that is going to take place on Front Street and Cesar Chavez Park as well. The main portion of the event will take place on Cesar Chavez under a 40 by 80 event tent that will be covered on all sides with exception of the entrance and exit ways. And we are anticipating to have between 1 and 3 local restaurants hosting catering type of booths within the actual tent. And we are also anticipating to have 2 through 4 local wineries and breweries. And we've actually established really good relationships with a few of the local wineries here and also some breweries as well. And we want to continue nourishing these relationships to establish, you know, a long-term relationship so they can continue investing in our community. And also we will have some food vendors. These food vendors will be food trucks, which will be located on Front Street. We'll be having a road closure from Front Street, from Main Street to Soledad. So just a short portion on Front Street will be closed where we will have our food trucks. I'm estimating to have between 2 to 4 food trucks and, like I mentioned earlier, 1 to 3 local restaurants catering to the event. And then for entertainment, we will have multiple live bands. So we're hoping to attract some of the bands that are very popular in the wine event industry. And we do have a consultant by the name of Yadira Hobby. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to join us today, but she is helping us lead this event. She is has a lot of experience in these type of events. She actually puts together the event in Salinas, so Salinas Food and Wine Festival. So we have really good resources. We have really good support. And I believe we will have a really good event if we give ourselves ample time to plan the event and make sure that everything is done right. And let's go back to the previous one. And then for admission, So the event will be a public event, but it will have an admission cost. And right now we're looking at $45 for admission, which will include 2 complimentary pours of the individual's choice. And they will also walk out with a souvenir cup. We're still working on whether it'll be like a wine glass tumbler or something more better for their environment, like the aluminum cups that you see at other events, which can be recycled or can be handed back to us during the event, and we can recycle them or just reuse them. Obviously, clean them, wash them, and then reuse them for other events. But that is what the price of admission will be. And then after the first 2 pours, we will continue with a token system where guests can purchase tokens for a set price. That is a price that we are working with the wineries to make sure it works with all the wineries and the breweries. And they can purchase tokens and trade those tokens for a drink of their choice. And they can continue going on with the night like that. And if you look at the site map, we actually have a pretty good layout of what it's going to look like. So we will have live bands in the back patio area of the Gateway Center. And we will also be having a dance floor. So people will be able to enjoy the live bands and be able to dance to the live music. And that is where the tent will be located at, and then also the ticket booth or token booth. And we will have ample restrooms, we will have security, so we will contract a security company to have 3 security guards patrolling the event, and we will also be working with the police department and the public works department to make sure that there are enough barricades, enough control of traffic, to make sure that the event is successful and have plenty of safety. And then, so one huge important aspect of this event, we want to bring something for the community that they haven't been asking for, something that they can enjoy, something that they don't have to drive out of town to enjoy. And one of the hurdles that we actually encountered that we have now solved is that the city itself cannot pull the ABC license for this event. It has to be done through a nonprofit organization. And this is where Yadira was able to really steer us in the right direction. And we have been, we've known that the Historical Society Museum is going through renovations. They're trying to invest into the museum to continue preserving the rich history of Soledad. So we said, wow, this is a great opportunity to build that partnership and have a co-partnership with the Soledad Historical Society. And this is where they came into the picture of the event. They are helping us not only with the ABC license portion of it, but they will also be displaying some of their fine art that they have here at the local museum at the event. And they will also be sharing the information of Soledad during the event. They'll have a booth at the event where people can approach them and learn more about the rich history of Soledad. And would you like to say anything, Greg?
That you did a very good job.
Terrific. So yes, that is the exciting partnership that we have with the Soledad Historical Society. And like I mentioned, some of the proceeds of the event, the net proceeds will be donated to the Soledad Historical Society to help preserve the rich history and of course make some of those much needed repairs at the local museum.
The only thing I want to add is we committed to spending up to $500 of our money for your advertising.
Yes, so that is the contribution that the Historical Society Museum has agreed to so far, is helping us cover the cost of flyers and any other social media promotion that we can do. Social media promotion is not too expensive, so we can definitely make those $500 worth it. Yeah. And then for this one, I will hand it over to Dexia to speak on the economic growth.
So as you all know, we're trying to, we've been hearing today, how do we sell Soledad? How do we get people to come in? How do we market the city itself and then create their own identity and create our own identity via the events also. So one of the things that this event will do, it's a great opportunity and it's a catalyst event where we can, it will give us the opportunity to put us on the map. And not only that, but to offer something that our young adults have been asking for. We have family-based events, but this is more geared toward adults only. And, you know, as young people that we do have a very young community. This will offer an event here in their home, in their hometown. It will offer an opportunity to give the city time to expose themselves and give the merchants an opportunity to bring people to our downtown. We do have a beautiful downtown, so, and it's gonna be situated in the evening, right? We're aiming for the evening, so it will give a different atmosphere, you know, a synergy on our downtown. So I think overall, economically wise, it will give us an opportunity to bring in income. And then, you know, have people sit there and spend some money in our downtown. And maybe expose them to a different side that they haven't seen in Soledad. So this is a great opportunity to do that.
Thank you for the presentation. So let me just take it out to the public first, and then I'll bring it back to council just to make sure we're complying with taking it out to the public. So any members of the public wish to make a comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, then any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the council for any comments or questions, and I'll start with Councilwoman.
Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify the date. Because I think we're looking for the December 14th date because of the ABC license and to make sure we have adequate time to promote the event. So everything else would remain the same. The only change that, and I probably should have mentioned this to the additions, is the change to December 14th. And I don't know if that's something that can be done per the city attorney, but this just came up today, so.
Okay, so we'll talk about the date. So let me start with, so Mike, is that doable based on so I'm assuming that that's based on the time frame that's needed to acquire the license for the approval process? So did we not know that the approval process for ABC took a while?
So we kind of anticipated that it would take some time, but we didn't really realize how much time it was going to take. And then another key portion to why it got delayed is a lot of the wineries, their tasting rooms are open on, you know, during that time frame or even on a Saturday. So this is something that we really didn't know until we began really trying to establish the communication with them. So now moving to December 14th, we want to give them ample time to plan and maybe have another extra staff member of their business available for the date of the event. So it was a little bit of the planning on the permitting side and then also on the communication with the wineries.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any trouble with changing the date. My only question would be whether or not there are other events that are planned for the downtown around that same time, and folks that might have some concerns about that would have come here to speak out or call in this evening if they were aware that the date was being changed to the 14th. So.
Can I just say something? Actually, since we have Eva, the only other event that happens during that time is the
Christmas parade is
and that's on the first Saturday.
First Saturday.
Okay.
Which is the 7th. So
Yeah.
we would be a week after the.
Right.
And is there anything about the event as represented in the staff report that would be changed as a result of weather conditions being significantly different between having it at the end of September and then the middle of December?
So we also did think about that, and the weather really wouldn't impact us really too much because the tent is covered on all 4 sides. The dance floor can always be shifted inside the event, and the band can also be placed closer to the tent of the event. So nothing major really would be impacted because the tent is covered on all 4 sides.
It's just cold. Yeah, it's just cold.
Yeah.
Councilwoman, Banuelos.
You know, I'm sure that I think some of you guys might remember the Wind and Wine Festival. I was part of the committee and, you know, the lead was Tony and Catalina Dario, and I'm sure they're still here. Yes, they are. But anyway, moving forward, they did the event during September or October, because of the, because it was the wind, and not only that too, it was the good weather, but you know, with ABC, because I mean, we deal with a lot of, with the ABC, you know, with Pauline, I don't know if there's any, yeah, I know there's like a little pushback with ABC, but is it because we have certain people that need to go and take that class, right?
That I do not know. I can ask Yadira some more information on that.
So in regards to the ABC licensing, it took us a little back because this was the first time we were thinking about doing an event like this. And so we were under the assumption that a city could do an ABC license. And we didn't know about the nonprofit organization portion until probably the end of July, beginning of August, and we were very set back on that. So we were trying to find as much information as possible in regards of it. Once we figured out the information about the ABC license, we started working with the partnership with the Historical Society, and we started talking to the city attorney in regards to the ABC and how do we get that process started. And after speaking to Yadira, the consultant, because we got her on contract in July, she explained to us that when we do an ABC license, it does take a little bit for them to go through the processes of it all. And so once we heard about that, we were saying, well, we may have to, the tentative date was scheduled for September 28th, but we may want to push it back, and we figured December might be a good time because it also falls into our Shop Local campaign as well. So we would tie that in regards of economic development for all phases. So in relation to the ABC license, it was just a bunch of hurdles that we weren't really aware of because, of course, this was our first time planning an event like this. So that's why there was a slight delay.
And then with her, being already involved with the Salinas one, I know that there's, some nonprofits that do get involved, and maybe we can have them also help, not say like participating or volunteering with their ABC.
Yeah,
license?
so that's what she's doing with it.
Okay.
She's helping us because the Salinas Wine Festival, we were under the assumption that it was done by his partnership with the city, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually a nonprofit who actually does it. And so, but she is helping us through that process, and that's why Yadira is such a good asset for us, because she's giving us a lot of more information that we weren't aware.
So I think we should kind of push and keep it the 28th. That's just me because I'm involved with the ABC. I mean, I'm familiar with the ABC process and because of the involvement. So, yeah, but she's a good asset.
Yes.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I just want to be realistic. I don't think the 28th is gonna work. I don't want staff to plan an event and not have the legal permit to move forward. So I think, you know, the date, you can throw out different dates that we can investigate and come back, but, I don't want us to set us up to fail when this is the first time, at least in a long time, we've done something like this.
I think maybe October would be a better climate, temperature
I
wise.
think so. We would just definitely have to, we will take a look at the calendar, make sure no other events are kind of like overlapping. But I believe that's a good time for this one.
Okay, so let's move on to Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez.
Yes, I think this is going to be a really great event. I do remember the Wind and Wine Festival. I was very young, but my brother and I actually were able to take a helicopter ride around Soledad and look at all Soledad, and it's like a memory I hold very dear to my heart. So just want to outwardly say that I think that was really, really cool. I am assuming that this event though will be 21 and up, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. And I see the reason to push it for December 14th. I think that's fine. What we really do want to make this a really good event. And hopefully it's not the only year that we do it. And when we do it moving forward, it can be back in September, just because it's dark.
And that's actually
December.
our goal is to kind of work out all the little, little kinks out of it, and then have it in December this year, and then next year go back to our original date of September, because we're aware of the weather, is a factor. We can,
And September is wine month.
yes.
So that's the original reason why we tentatively scheduled it for September. It was just in regards of understanding the process in regards of getting an event like this started. So that's the only reason why. So the intent is to eventually bring it back to a September event. It's just for this inaugural, we want to make sure that it's, we get the fillers out there for the community, to see if it's something they really, really like and see if it's something they would really, really appreciate.
And then, it is moved back to September, just to think about the timing, instead of 4 to 7, maybe 5 to 8, only because we do have a large agricultural community and they don't really get out of work until 5. So just that way that they're able to come and enjoy the event. And then my last thing is that just being able to, because we're hosting this event, because we are a small town, just making sure that we're also letting folks know not to drive home after and to kind of figure out a way to get home. I think that's something that we should do as well. Other than that, I don't have any other comments.
Yeah, in regards of the driving home stuff, we do have, as part of the event program, we also have designated drivers.
Perfect.
Thank you. And the city is really small, you can technically walk.
Maybe we can have
right?
that inaugural circulation.
But you'd be walking in.
So, I'm not too familiar with the ABC. I was researching, see what I said. I know somebody that has a bar in Reno. And he was telling me that with his license, he can participate in events locally, selling beer or selling wine. Is it possible to have somebody with the license already to sponsor us for that event with the license?
Each vendor, each wine and beer vendor will have to have an ABUC license anyways to serve the alcohol, but for the city to be a sponsor or to be the main event, it would have to be a nonprofit organization who does it with us.
Not a profit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think this is great. So I think for me, I'm just gonna reiterate the fact that I want to see a budget with this. So when we're bringing forth these kind of activities is, what is the budget? What are we investing in? What is the in-kind contribution? What is it gonna cost? So I think that's important. So I really wanted that to come back to the council in terms of what the budget estimate is gonna be. And then also for me, I know that if it's moved to December, I think that's hard. You're gonna have a wine event. I mean, people want to enjoy it. I know I've gone to different wine events and you want to be able to enjoy the event. And so having it in a month that's just not cold and, is probably, it makes it just, nicer. So I get it if we could do it in December, but if we can push it to October or, that probably be better, a little bit better than having it in December. But obviously it'll depend on the license and what we can do. But October is still beautiful, even if we do it toward the end of the month in October, it's still really beautiful during October. So I think that's important, to try to keep that in mind. And then I think for me, the other thing that came to mind with this, because I know I had been talking to previously, to Kim Stemler about trying to have an event like this. And I know she really pushed a lot to ensure that we were part of the magazine, the Wine Enthusiast article that came out. And so we had talked about working with the Vintners Association. So I think for me, it's also understanding when we have reports like this. And I'm glad that we hired a consultant, but also just making sure we know, like, hey, what's the cost of our consultant? And what are the wineries that we're going to be featuring? Which wineries are we working with? Which are the restaurants that we're going to be featuring? Because I know you talked about there's 3 restaurants, there's wineries, but which ones, right? We have a bunch of wineries. Which ones are the ones that we've already made contact to make sure that we understand which ones? So for me, I think because I know I've said this in the past, is we need to really take advantage, because I don't think we've done enough to really feature a lot of those articles that we've been part of, and that we haven't capitalized on. How do we ensure that we continue to amplify what we've already been put on a map, but we don't utilize that. So how do we use the wine enthusiast article to ensure that we're using those restaurants that came out in the article to make sure that they're the ones that we're featuring as part of that day, right? So we have a couple of them that are Taqueria Pacheco, right? They were the ones that came there. And then I think to make it a regional event is how do we include those other ones that were featured in Gonzales and King City? To make sure that they say, hey, you know what, this is part of featuring these, you know, restaurants that came out, these taquerias that were part of the wine enthusiasts, right? To get people to know like, hey, we were on this magazine, right? And then that we pair it with some of that, we're using the wineries that were also paired in that article. So there was a list of the article had a list of the wineries, and then it also had a list of the restaurants that they went to and that they stayed here in Soledad and they drank the wine and the tacos, right? And the tacos de birria or whatever it was that they had. And that we feature that, you know, I know that we're gonna have some taco trucks and that's great, but I think it's helping our restaurants,
No, yeah,
right?
for sure.
So that way we're showcasing them and the people that are coming can see, hey, guess what? These guys came out in this magazine. How do we? So I think for me, is if we're gonna do this, let's make sure that we're utilizing that to our advantage and we're helping our businesses to amplify that. And also I know here's an opportunity, because I know I saw this in, you know, in some of the other events. But how do we incorporate the local arts, right? So that is free. How do we work with some of the local artists that we have? I know we're doing a good job in making sure that we're bringing art to our downtown and we're investing in that. But we have an opportunity also to include that as part of this event. And maybe it's not as big because we don't have enough time. But if this is a great event, as you know, going to drink wine, I would love to see art, right? And I think a lot of the people that come to these events also appreciate, you know, having to be able to see art. So how do we include our local arts from the region to be able to include them as part of this, you know, as part of this event? And how do we market that to package it as, you know, it's here we're featuring some of our, you know, local artists and how we're featuring these, you know, cuisine and pairing them with some of our local wines that came out in the Wine Enthusiasts article in 2023.
Yeah, I think that's the anticipation for this event. We're gonna start small, of course, because of course this is our inaugural event, you know, but if it does become and it manifests into something larger that makes Soledad and puts Soledad on a mark in regard to this food and wine, then we will start incorporating more and more, and that would include like local artists or even including more other wineries and more regional vendors to come and join and, you know, be part of our little community and be part of our events. So I think that's the main overall goal or big picture for this aspect of this event. But we want to, of course, start small first just to see if it is something that is going to work, is going to be feasible for us in regards to it. But we could definitely look at other dates. We figured December just because October usually is usually very busy with for the city. We got like Food Fest and also Dias de Muertos in the beginning of November, and then Thanksgiving. So that's the reason why we decided to possibly push it to December, but we can always look at the beginning weekends of October, if that's possible. Because now that we now have a direction in regards to doing the ABC and making sure our insurances our certificate of liabilities are all covered, it may be possible we could do an October event, but one of the reasons why we did avoid October was because of all the events that are going to be coming because of the holidays.
Yeah, we have, there's a lot coming.
Yeah, so we just wanted to be cognizant, didn't want to keep throwing at your guys' council space in regards to like, this event's coming, this event's coming.
That's important, but I just want to reiterate, whether we start small, I think we already have something to work with. So I don't want to neglect the fact that if we're gonna do this, then let's not forget that we want to make sure, I don't want to neglect that we already have the taquerias that we can work with.
Oh, yeah.
Because we already
Our
have that.
main goal is to incorporate all local vendors, wineries, breweries, so we want to start with local.
Yeah, but I'm saying local, but I'm saying we already have we need to amplify what we've already been recognized for. And we already have that wine enthusiast article that we can't just forget about, because we need to use that as one of our selling points for this event, because we've already been put on the map, but we've never showcased that. But if we're gonna do this, we'll miss opportunity if we don't showcase those individuals that came to our city, showcase that for the rest of the world, and we're not gonna do it in an event that we put together.
Yeah. No, we'll definitely look at
Through
that.
through the chair, we'll definitely, what I think would be helpful is if we get council thumbs up that we should be moving forward, we can come back with a date. It sounds like, council has asked for a date, if we can move it closer to the fall based on, the ABC permitting, and also we need to be sensitive to the wineries because they have certain busy harvest times that we also are gonna try to work around.
So through the chair, should we be then continuing this item and bringing it back with a specific date? I mean, you have basically council consent that this is a good idea, but I think that, you know, trying to approve something without a specific date,
Yeah.
and it involves a street closure and so forth, is probably not a great idea, and then maybe we'll have some specific idea as to the actual time it'll take to get the ABC license.
Yes.
And if I can, I'm sorry if I can add just a quick
Yeah, go
comment.
ahead.
You had mentioned that, you know, September is wine month, you know, because I know that all the wineries are busy with, you know, their own events. Maybe we come next year, maybe consider doing like something we can look at and revisit in October, but this is just next year.
Yeah.
So we can continue it to the.
Yeah, well, I think continue it to the 18th.
Councilmember Cabrera, you had a.
Yes, I was gonna add that it is important that they come out with a date and also the budget. So that we can see it, and then maybe some of the things that might come out from here until then. So that we can review
Yes,
this, but it's a wonderful, I was just thinking that, yeah, we can even do the November for the
I was more than happy.
Halloween. Well, some of us go Halloween with the kids, but an event like this a week later will be wonderful.
I agree.
We can definitely look into optional dates and then bring it back to council with the budget. We actually do have a preliminary budget already for the event. I do apologize, it was not included in this packet, but we already do have a preliminary budget already.
Okay, so then we're gonna table this item.
Just continue.
I'll continue to, okay, so we're gonna continue this item then to,
Motion to continue.
yeah, so I need a motion to
I
continue.
move to continue this item, sorry.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Ansaldo and then a second by Councilwoman Banuelos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries on a 4.
They like the event, we heard 5 motions, or 4 motions at once, right?
Yeah, I'm super excited. So if you guys just gave Henry more work to do, so yay.
Henry, thank you.
I'm excited with this, Surfside's gonna just.
Okay, so council, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our next item, which is B2. Thank you. So yeah, I know. Let's move on. Receive report on prioritization of community access to Soledad Sports Field Facility. And we'll receive a report from our recreation director, Jessica Potts.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jessica Potts. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director. So in response to a request from council to bring up the topic of City of Soledad Parks field use, I'm presenting the staff report and giving a brief little presentation. Soledad has invested quite a bit into providing premium game quality sports fields to our community with the building of or renovation of Boston Park and then Gallardo Park between 2014 and 2018. The city invested over $2.5 million with the goal to be able to provide these premium fields because of the investment and vision of
the city. We do have some of the best fields in the area. They're really beautiful, beautiful fields. And in order to protect those, they're very limited. We have a lot of kids, a lot of adults that want to play sports. So to protect those, we have limited access, but they are definitely available for community use. We have a reservation system, especially with at Gallardo. It's right across the street at the community center. They're able to come over. There is a nominal fee. We do require a responsible adult to ensure that the fields are maintained, that the value and that the quality is considered, and that they're used safely and for the purpose. But outside of that, we also have a lot of a high level of use for a lot of sports. We have organizations that provide organized sports for soccer, baseball, softball, football, and all of our fields throughout the park system are heavily used. Whether it's games or practices. We ourselves just finished registration for our soccer program, and we went from 77 participants last year to 116 this year. So that's just our program alone. There are quite a few other organizations that are also bringing in high numbers and providing those uses. If you look at the breakdown of all of our parks from practices and games, we're looking at about 19 hours a day being the fields are being used. Just a lot of use. And then when you open those up, that just adds to that. But numerous Soledad families and youth benefit from having these beautiful fields and parks as well. And then, you know, parks themselves, they have a lot of additional benefits. You know, parks help to increase activity, get people out, get them playing, whether it's sports or just being out. It also boosts the local economy during the Little League season. You have teams coming from all over. During soccer seasons, you have teams coming in, they come to our community, they bring their tax dollars with them. And having fields that we already maintain well helps in the long run to cut the maintenance costs. It's easier to keep a well-maintained field maintained than to rebuild fields that are seeing too much use. We do recommend that we continue to limit use. In doing so, as I said, it does prevent overuse, it prevents misuse. We do see when there are left open that there is a number of issues that are happening on the fields that definitely deteriorate the fields in a way that we don't want to see with our investment in our pristine fields. And it also, by keeping them in good condition, it makes them safe. There are inherent risks that come from playing sports and on fields that have degraded. It's definitely not the situation that I want my kids playing in. I've seen some really bad things out there in the fields. And so keeping those in those high standards is really important to us. But I definitely can say that we as staff need to do a better job at letting the community know that they have access to these great fields, that it is an easy process, that at this time we don't have signage. We're going to work to fix that, because we definitely do need to let them know. Can't just assume that they, you know what I'm thinking. And so it's something that we're going to work to do. We're also currently working on activating parks periodically, taking recreation from our home at the community center and taking them out into the community. We have a pop-up park program in which just last weekend we went to Santa Barbara. We had about 16 people out there playing, having fun in the park, giving them some ice creams and things like that. So we've been doing that for about 5-6 months now. And so we're going to put this into the rotation about 3 or 4 times a year. We'd like to take our parks and activate them as well and bring equipment out there, because some people don't have those bats or those tees or the balls. And so we're going to bring those out there and activate those parks in scheduled play dates so that the whole community can come and enjoy them. We definitely want our community to enjoy our fields. We want to protect them. And really the key that we're finding is that we need more. There's definitely a huge call for more sports fields.
We're hoping to see that come down the road, but your support will definitely get us there. So with that, I am turning it over to you for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Jessica, for that, and thank you for all the great pictures. I think it's always nice to be able to see pictures with the presentation. So thank you for that. So I will, let me take it out to the public first to see if there's any comments from those that are joining us here in our chambers. Okay, seeing none, then I'll take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the council, and I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera to see if there's any comments or questions.
Not really, no, I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez.
Yeah, I do think that it's really important to have fields that are open for public use, but I do recognize that there are instances where they're being misused. So maybe if we could identify, I read ahead, but if we could identify one field that may be open for public use, but I am in favor of having some sort of like sign in like we are having with the $2 per hour for public use, just to have that sort of what's the word?
Oversight.
Oversight, yeah, just to have like oversight of that, and then I had another point, to the point with having more fields, that is something that I am interested in, and I think my issue is that when we have parks, we kind of just convert a pit into a park. That's really hard to walk down, so I feel like if we do identify more, we should probably think about how just converting pits instead of making them nice and flat. I don't know, just one thought there, and then I had another thought, but it's gone now. Sorry, it's 9.
Okay, see. Okay, Councilwoman Manuelos.
Thank you for all that you do and your staff, and also I wanted to, I always envisioned a 4-diamond field, and then one snack bar right in the middle. So all these different nonprofit groups that host these, these sports events, not just a Little League, because I was involved in Little League, that was just my envision, because I do agree that we do need parks. And I also, the comment that you made in regards to, taking care of our parks. I know that I was talking to someone, and this made a comment, well, we don't have parks available. And to me, I'm gonna just be transparent. So, well, you gotta take care of these parks. Because, if we don't take care of these parks, then yeah, they're not gonna be available. And not only that too, but I think it's more us retraining ourselves, and going to reserve, because that was new to me too. And I think it's just us as a community, we have to train our minds like, okay, you know what? This park's available, we have to now reach out and, reserve it. I think it's just more, again, I want to be transparent because it's me practicing what I'm preaching, because I have to do it too. And then also sharing with the community, like, hey guys, you gotta reach out to them. It's just not, we can't just go anymore. It's just about training our minds to do it, and again, I'm just looking forward in more fields and a snack bar right in the front, I mean, the middle. So want to say thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Jessica, for that. I think we have to also be able to raise awareness on what parks are free, right? I mean, what parks are open, right? Because I've heard a lot too, especially with some of the parks that have like the Little League and the soccer fields. Those are the ones that are not mostly open to the community, because those have a lot of use, right? But I think we also have to be able to have our public understand that we do have free parks. And so if you look at the pocket parks, or we call them the pocket parks, at least we did in Salinas, but like Santa Barbara, and I did see your staff out there this past weekend, because my brother lives off of Santa Barbara. So I was like, yay, you guys are out there. So those parks are free and they're open to the community, and you don't have to reserve them, right? Or maybe you do, but you can go out there, and the other one that goes by my house, the one in the pit, the soccer one, the Santana one, you don't have to reserve that. People go out there. So I just want to make sure we also understand as council that our parks, not all of them, need reservations, that we do have public parks that are open to the community. I think what we've heard mainly, and I know I have, has been really in reference to the Little League has been to, you know, the Boston Park and then the big fields, yeah, so those are like the three main ones where people want to go in and they're closed. So I agree. I think, you know, we have public parks that are open. I think those fields that are mainly closed that people want to use, you know, where the reservations, just to raise awareness. If those are the fields that you want to use because they're heavily used and because they require more maintenance, then here's a reservation process, right? Here's what, you know, what we need to do. But I also think if there's an opportunity for us to also have some free community days, when those parks may be, you know, hey, all of our parks are open on these free community days during the summer, especially during the summer when there's a bunch of kids out for the summer. Maybe we can establish some free community days for the summer. And that's, every park is accessible. You don't need reservations, you know, that may be an option. And so I like your idea of raising awareness. And then also, I know you talked about the Little League, open the Little League as a pilot. You know, I mean, I know that's also heavily used and it takes a lot to maintain that park. I mean, I don't know if there's an option to do like a 3 months and then come back and assess that. But I think even if we say, hey, we're gonna have these 3 parks that, you know, are gonna be open during these days during the summer and it's free. I mean, it's free, you know, it's free and you don't need any reservations, you know, that we could do that.
Yeah, I think we were looking for doing something like you're describing, Mayor, but have staff online so that you can have the equipment and have the, you know, and also ensure that there's not vandalism or, you know, damage done. So I think we could work on what that looks like.
Yeah, we
staffing.
currently have a staff assigned to put together for the next year of when a school is on break, how we can do something during each of those periods. And as Megan said, have the equipment out there, have staff on site too, so that we can have that oversight and make sure that it's being used appropriately by the people that are using it, but have it just open, have all of them open at the same time, at least once during every break period. So like the fall break coming up, the winter break, when kids are out of school.
Yeah, and I think just raising awareness, like you said, and just doing more of that, I think it's important. Because I've seen Orchard Park and I love Orchard Park. I love Orchard Park. But I've also seen, you know, I've taken my grandkids there and I've seen how worn out it is already.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my goodness, it's already worn out. And it just, it's so heavily used and you know, and I've seen adults where they're sitting on the chairs and I'm just like, it's not for you. So I think just raising awareness to our community that, you know, we got to make sure that we're taking care of our parks, because then we won't, you know, our kids won't have access to enjoy that. So I think all of us, right? It's
Yeah.
take care.
Chair, and also, in part of what you said about the Santana Park, there are other little parks that are not used, that are kind of hidden. You know, like in close by my house is San Antonio Park, and then Santana Park on the other side. And there's little places where people can also do it without no restrictions. I think that what some people, when people complain, is because they want to play a specific sport. You know, a specific sport. It's not that everybody is complaining that we don't have open spaces or accessible spaces. Is that they want to play specific games or sports. And I was wondering, like echoing everybody else, that if there's any, like one day that they can just use that the parks with no restrictions. So I know it is hard sometimes for, at least for me as a resident, to see the results. Like when you were talking about the beautiful camps, the beautiful parks that we have. I remember that commercial when the kid comes playing baseball and he's so clean, and the mom said, so what are you doing? You're not playing. You know, because you're supposed to get dirty in that. You're supposed to use those parks. But those parks are beautiful not because they're not used, is because they're being taken care of, and we have a lot of people who practice sports and they're very successful at it. So we have to provide more information about that to people, that what is happening with those parks, how many people are using them, and what are the other options, the little parks that we have that can be used as well.
Yeah. I think too, the other thing, just my last comment, is to make sure that we also raise awareness in terms of how much it costs to maintain our parks, and especially the bigger parks, right? Because it costs a lot of money to invest in them, and we wanted them because we know that it's a community need, but I think it's also important to ensure that our community knows that here's how much money it costs on an annual basis to maintain our parks, right? So that way, the message is, we want to continue to provide these parks, but we also want to make sure that people know that it's a maintenance. And we want to make sure people know, because we want to take care of our parks, right? Because it does cost. It does cost us to be able to maintain them.
And through the chair, I think one thing that we'll ask of council is we really do want to do this awareness campaign about appropriate park use and discouraging vandalism. So we'll probably work with each of you to help us really push out that message, if you're all willing to help us, get it out through your networks and so forth, because that is an issue.
And through the chair, I want to echo what Mayor Velasquez mentioned, because Orchard Park is great, and of course I do see that vandalism, and I'm like, oh my goodness, guys, come on. Like, you're complaining because, we turn off the water and it's hot. I'm like, well, it's like, you have to step up and help, and I stress is because I always, even the parks that we use as the 4th of July, I stress with everyone, please help keep our park clean, because you know what, you make that difference, not just the community, the committee, but just the community itself. So I'm just being transparent. So those of you who are listening or gonna watch this, please help keep it clean, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so for this item, it was just provide direction regarding prioritization of community access to the park. So did you get enough information from us in terms of?
I think that
the prioritization?
put the information out there and activate them some more.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
And if we can work on free community days.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council. So we'll move on then to our next item on the agenda, which is item B-3, resolution number 6158, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad designating a voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo, and directing staff to submit names of the delegates by September 25th. And I will turn this over to Jesus Valenzuela, our community engagement manager.
Yes, good evening, council. I will make this really quick. Yes, as was mentioned, the California League of Cities has their annual conference in Long Beach. They have a great policy, one city, one vote, which means that every city that participates is able to appoint a delegate and up to 2 alternates. Now, the process for this is outlined here is that it has to be chosen in a formal body, so the city council has to pick the city manager, or the mayor cannot pick on their own, so we leave it to you. After you select your delegates and your 2 alternates, then we will work with city clerk to make sure that you are registered for the conference. A caveat, you do have to attend at least the last day of the conference in Long Beach in order to participate and to vote. And so I turn it over to you to select your 1 delegate, your 2 alternates, and let us know how to proceed in registering.
Okay, thank you, Jesus, for that. And sorry you had to stay till 9:30 for this. Oh, you got another, okay.
Yes.
So Megan, who's attending the conference? Because we've had to already register. So how many council members?
I think everyone except Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so all of us here? Okay.
Is it the Mayor Pro Tem she is also? No, she's not. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so all 4 here. So council, so we have to decide, so everybody's gonna stay until the end, so I'll just share with you. I know I've usually have been one of the voting members, so I sit on the board of directors, as you know, and I'm very active on the league, cause I'm also on the Latino caucus, so I'm always on the league and I'm on different committees, so I've participated on the policy committees for housing and economic development, so I usually do the delegate, so I don't want to do the delegate, so I really would like for one of you to be the delegate, so you guys can get that experience of being there on the last day, looking, what happens on the last day and what happens before that. You'll get a packet with a lot of the information, and I think you, Councilmember Cabrera, you participated too, right? So you'll get a packet with all the information, with some of the, whatever the resolutions are. If there's resolutions that different cities bring forth before, then you'll have that emailed to you. You'll review that information, and then you get to vote. You get to participate in the voting process. They changed the voting process this time to make it easier because there's a lot of different cities of representatives. So I would recommend that that one of you nominate to be like the delegate. Okay.
Do we need a vote on it?
Yeah, so I think
Okay.
we'll vote on it. So
Okay.
if you want to volunteer to be the delegate, but you have to make sure you stay there till the end. Okay. Okay, so we can appoint, so we have one and then we need two more, right? Because it's the main and then two alternates in case something happens to you. We want to make sure we have the other ones, hopefully not, right? So, okay, so then we have Councilmember Cabrera is gonna be our main delegate. And then when you get there, you have to register. They'll give you a delegate. You'll be the voting delegate. And then the alternate. So who wants to volunteer to be the next delegate?
I can be the delegate, the alternate.
Now,
There's two. Okay, so then okay, so then Councilmember Cabrera, you'll be the main voting, and then we'll have two delegates.
Unfortunately, I can't do it because I may have to leave early on Friday for a work commitment.
Oh, okay.
So I think you'd have to be the second.
Okay.
alternate.
you can still be, but we only need one alternate in case I don't go.
I would recommend
Two.
that I would be able to stay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it should be mayor, sorry, mayor.
Okay. Okay, I know. I think I wanted to get out of this.
And I will clarify, I mean, once you get to the day of, the alternates don't have to stay. As long as you know that the main delegate is gonna be there, for the vote.
Okay, so when it comes to the vote, is it up to me or should I consult with the other?
Up to you.
I would recommend, as was mentioned, we will get a packet, so maybe following the next vote on the legislative standing committee, maybe that could be one of the parts so that maybe we can sit and review.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, okay, so we have the voting delegate, Councilmember Cabrera, and then the alternates is Councilwoman Banuelos, and then myself. You don't want to be, okay. Okay, so good, so we got it?
Take a vote on
Okay, so it's good, I would entertain a motion.
I move to accept resolution number 6158 with Councilmember Cabrera as a delegate and Councilmember Banuelos as one alternative, as well as Mayor Velasquez as second alternative.
And second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor, first by Councilmember Cabrera, second by Councilwoman Banuelos. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Okay, perfect. So let's move on to next item. And that is creation of Soledad City Council Legislative Committee, and I will turn this over to Jesus Valenzuela. to provide a report.
Yes, so, the long awaited legislative standing committee, I will emphasize the standing committee, for our city attorney. We are not gonna go through an ad hoc committee, we want it to be a formal body. And so this is gonna be a body that will review legislations in partnership with our consultant Townsend to make sure that state legislation, we're keeping an eye on state legislation. I do want to emphasize that caveat, that Townsend, our consultant, does not support with federal legislation. And so we leave it up to you at a different time to see if you want to either ignore federal legislation, increase Townsend's contract to look at that, or just have one of our staff members do it. So what is being asked of you today is one, approve the creation of the standing committee to look at legislative matters, appoint 2 members, and then work with staff to schedule meetings with Townsend.
Okay, thank you, Jesus, for that. So just to clarify, so it's 2, I thought it was the mayor and 2 council members. No, it's just 2, it's 2?
It's just 2. yeah.
It's just 2. Okay, got it.
I would believe, yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that. Okay, council member, so I just wanna, let me just make a couple of comments if I can on this one and, let me take it out to the public first before I make my comments, because I want to make sure I don't disregard the public. Any members of the public may want to make a comment on item B-4? No? Okay, any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom want to make a comment on B-4? Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring it back, and if council, if I can just make a few comments before I turn it over to comments from the council, only because I know that this is a standing committee that I wanted to bring forth, and I know we've been working on this for quite some time. We have, we worked with Townsend, had a meeting with them. We wanted to make sure that what we brought forth to you was a recommendation to ensure, as was mentioned, that it was not just an ad hoc committee, but a standing committee, because we really want to make sure we're engaging in legislation. And as you know, there's a lot of legislation that can impact the city, and positively or negatively. And I know for some of us that have participated in the League of Cities, that have gone to some of the summit, the advocacy days in Sacramento, that we get to meet with our legislators, and that I think it's important for us to have that as a practice, as a body. I know for me, it's a little different because I work for a state legislator, but I think it's important to have that as a practice as a council, because our state legislators and our federal legislators do bring a lot of resources to us and can support us, right? Can support us with resources in terms of finances, but also with legislation. And the more that we can have data in terms of what our city needs, then the more that we can advocate for our residents, and we can advocate for our city and our staff. And that's through legislation, which is important. So we wanted to have something before you, where last year we created a legislative platform, but we want it to be more inclusive, where we all come together to ensure that we have that legislative platform, and we have opportunities to engage our legislators, not just in Sacramento, but also bringing them to the city and engaging them throughout the year to advocate for those opportunities. So this is what we bring before you, and now we have Townsend that can help us to do that. And so it's also through letters of support. So as you've seen, sometimes we've done letters of support, so it could be a letters of support. And the other thing that we haven't done, but we want to see if it's possible, is also when they have committees, that if it aligns with the legislation that we're focused on, as council, we can also travel to Sacramento and be in those public hearings to be able to represent Soledad and speak for our residents on part of those committee hearings. I know we haven't done that, but many cities and many elected officials do. And I think it's important, because then it's another opportunity for us to have a voice for our residents. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you to the staff and Jesus and Megan for bringing this forth. And thank you for us to utilize Townsend to be able to help us to do this as well.
Yes, I will add, hopefully you saw on the exhibit, Townsend also did provide a good timeline, you know, a lot of suggestions as well, and they're in the exhibits.
Yeah, so with that, I'll open up for comments of the council. Any comments on the documents that were provided to you?
Yeah, this would be, whoever's on it would be until when? Until the end of 2025, the end of 2026, the end of 2024? Do we know?
No,
I think a year.
Yeah, I think, my assumption is we would establish, the group tonight, but we would do it like we do the appointments every year. I think we handle them in December, where people get the committee appointments. You know, to sit on the solid waste authority or TAMSI. We also have the housing committee, also. That would be my suggestion, but I defer to our city attorney on that, so.
Well, no, are you suggesting they wouldn't appoint anybody to the committee this evening? They would
No,
just send it-
they would, but then,
After
in
that.
December, they could decide to reaffirm the same group.
Sure.
But then we always have that
Right.
time.
Be on the
that-
same schedule.
Yeah, that it's on the same schedule.
Yeah. And I would agree, I think it would be somebody, Councilmember Cabrera, did you say rotating? Because I think it would be nice to have it be a rotating as well as we've done with the mayor pro tem position, where everybody gets opportunity to be able to be on the legislative committee. So I think it would be great on a yearly basis and then on the rotating.
Yeah, because compared to the appointments, is probably better if we learned, all of us have the opportunity to learn, because these guys work really well, and they have tons of information that could be very useful for our city. We will find resources and opportunities for grants. And once you put a face into the application and you make yourself always invisible in those areas, then you have better opportunities to get those funds that we need. Money is never enough. We need more. We need more parks. We need more things for our city, things for our residents, and particularly parks. We're growing up. We're gonna grow up a lot, and we need more resources for our residents.
Yeah. Yeah, so I know Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, you had mentioned, you had demonstrated interest before in the legislative committee, so are you still interested in being part of the legislative committee?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so I would like to nominate then, can we do that? I didn't know if you, Councilmember.
No, I was like, I'm ready, I'm on board.
Oh, okay.
But if you want to do a first rotation, that's great, and then I'll do the
Yeah, I
second
mean,
rotation.
I say that, Council, because I know that we had a discussion before when we were forming the subcommittee. I mean, when we discussed the standing of forming the committee, the legislative committee, and at that time, I know Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez had mentioned that he would be interested in being part of the committee. That's why I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge the fact that he already had made that statement. So my recommendation would be for him to be on that committee.
You can't do everything. You already volunteered to be the delegate.
But that's only for one day.
So in terms of process, I mean, I refer to our city attorney, but I assume you take a vote to create the committee, and after that, you can.
You can do it actually all in one happy motion, one happy minute motion to create the committee, and then you actually would make the nomination of the two members of the committee, and those would be up for approval by way of the minute motion as well.
Okay, so then we can do the same, so we can do it all together, so then I need a motion to create the committee? Yeah.
We can do it all together. Motion to create the committee and to appoint your two your two nominations that you're gonna make to the committee.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then if we're okay, then council, then we make a minute motion to create the committee, as well as I make a recommendation as a mayor to appoint Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez to the standing Soledad City Council Legislative Committee, as well as Councilmember Cabrera.
I make a motion to.
Your second.
Oh, a second, sorry.
Second, okay, so there is a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries.
And just for clarification, a minute motion is just a motion that shows up in the minutes of the meeting as opposed to a resolution or something along those lines where it's formally memorialized. So I just want to make sure that was clear, so.
Okay, good. So-
Thank you, Council. And then we'll reach out for next time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're gonna be available for consultations?
No.
No. Oh, yes. Consultation that I can call her and say, hey.
Okay, council, yes, we're moving along. So, status update on the next item is our status update on American Rescue Plan Act projects and recommended modifications. I will turn this over to our city attorney, to our city manager.
Yes, and through the chair, I didn't know if anyone needed a break or if I should just power through.
I think let's just go through, yeah.
Power through, great. Being my low tech self today, I have actually passed out some quick presentation materials. I have done this in a three-page slide, but it might be useful to roll into the recommendation on the community center as well. So I'll just start with ARPA. Essentially, to cut to the chase, our expenses with the community center, which is typical when you start rehabilitation projects on older structures, you find a lot of surprises, and we've definitely found a lot of surprises with our community center. There have been change orders that have been necessitated because of mold remediation primarily, and I'm going to show you some pictures in the next agenda item. But we also want to do some projects since we are already fully deployed and we have a very capable general contractor. We're also recommending an alt be added to that. And so essentially what we're suggesting is that we move more money, ARPA money, to the community center, and then we deduct some money for the fire apparatus bay to accommodate that increase. We are fortunate that we do have a development impact fees, which you'll see on the second slide, but I'll just kind of go through what the changes are from the March modifications that are approved to the September 2024 modifications. But essentially, we'd be moving money out of the fire app bay because we do have a funding source with development impact fees. We'd be moving money into the community center to address some of those unforeseen needs and to actually add some important projects. In terms of our youth violence program, we didn't allocate the full 350. We have 250. The programs have been phased out, and so we have 250,000 that has been expended through Partners for Peace and for some street centers. And then we're proposing to add funding for body and dash cameras. I will bring that item back to council for approval. The issue that we're having there is we have technology that really has a 3-year lifespan and they're starting to glitch. So we don't want to have our body or dash cameras for our police. But we will come back if we do have a contract for that. If for some reason we're unable to find to execute and spend this money within the time frame, which is the end of December, we'll actually just move this funding back to the fire apparatus bay. So you can kind of see what the total is. We also have interest earnings that we would sort of apply to these shifts. And then if you turn to the next page in the packet I gave you, you can see that we actually have you can actually see where the apparatus bay funding would be coming from. Which is, we would use ARPA, which is $645,657. We have funding remaining in the earmark of $228,156. And then in our balance of our fire impact fee balance, we have 381,000. We would use 187,000 of that to complete the total of the apparatus bay, which is $1,183,000. So those are kind of the shifts that we're proposing with the ARPA allocation. And it may be beneficial to roll into the discussion on the change order for the community center that would kind of explain the full picture, if that's
Sure,
amenable
so-
to council.
So this would be, you're bleeding into item number 6, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I can answer questions on both, that's amenable to the chair.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna have Darlene pull up, and I do wanna give credit where credit is due. Our great assistant city engineer put together this awesome PowerPoint presentation. And I didn't want him to be here so late, so I told him he could go home and I would give the presentation, but we have a change order that is recommended, that is represented by resolution 6150. This change order is the third change order. Some of the change orders that we've been able to do have been because of the contingency that we've had. So moving on. So this third change order consists of a combination of unforeseen circumstances and some additions. So we've had, as you know, we had a broken pipe that led to having to remove a lot more concrete than we anticipated to fix that broken pipe. We have, as a result of the flooding, we had to cut basically 4 feet around the baseboard where water sat. And when we removed that, we uncovered more mold that predated the flooding, but occurred during a leaky roof time. And then the utilities were not, the reason why we cut the pipe is because the utilities were not mapped out appropriately, nor built appropriately. So we also had to move around the grease interceptor because there's a conflict with the utilities. We had to do an additional water line repair. The wood rot, the exterior flat roof, flat work. And then the two kind of additions is, now that we're doing all this lighting on the stage, we see that the walls are, the staff did the best job, but they need to be textured and professionally done so that we don't have light that shows our really bad walls and ceilings. Paint job, so we are suggesting that that be added. And then the last one is addressing the gym lighting in the winches. Next slide. So I kind of talked a little bit about some of the exterior flat work. I also did mention we have ADA compliant issues that we have to work with the parking lot. We also have a little sinkhole in the parking lot that we also have to address. So we're demoing some of the existing concrete and reconstructing the walkway. So we have the ADA paths. And as I mentioned, the repair. I already talked about the stage walls and finishes, that's retexturizing and making it all very nice. Next one. And that kind of gives you the picture of some of the site work that we're doing on the outside in terms of the ADA compliance, and then you can kind of see the wall and ceiling that we would finish, and redo. So I mentioned the change orders related to the grease interceptor conflict and the kitchen line repair. I mentioned already the sewer location. We need to, it conflicts with the sewer location, so we need to relocate the grease interceptor. And then you can see, keep rolling down, you can see some of the pictures, with the flooding and some of the conflicts that would be, completed. And then the next slide shows the wood rot change orders that I kind of described. If you can see right there, that wall, I wish I could zoom in, but there is a part of the plywood that is actually is missing. So all you have is stucco. So we're gonna have to go, not only are we fixing the drywall, but we have structural changes that have to be done to the exterior, and we'll have to do exterior stucco work. And then, sorry, on the right, you see that box where the winches are for the basketball court, in addition to getting electrical that is meets energy code and so forth and is code compliant. That's a safety hazard to have it right there on the wall, so we're gonna relocate it so no kid or whatever can hit it with gameplay. And then just to give you a little quick, you might be asking, like, wow, there's a lot of change orders. So the original construction bid was $749,685. We had a construction contingency of $37,484. So I already approved change order number 1 that pretty much ate up our contingency because of the break with the water line. So that initiated some initial drywall work and the plumbing fix. The second change order I approved to keep them on the drywall work, so we didn't have the cost of redeploying them. And the great thing is they pretty much, if you've been back there, they pretty much put all the walls back and done all the mold remediation except for that structural repair. So that was a $14,000 change order that I conferred with Mike, which is in my authority to sign under 25,000. And then the change order 3, which is a lot more work, is $253,957. This will bring up the ARPA funding for this contract for a little bit under 1.1 million. What is not reflected, and that's why when you see the ARPA, it's more, is because we also have design work. This doesn't include the contract for in-studio architects to do the design and the construction management. So we're asking for, you know, basically this to get us through. We did build in some contingency here. There is one thing that is a project that we need to do related to the doors, fixing the doors. We don't have a price yet on that. So we sort of built in a little bit within that contingency that we hope will cover that cost. So this should be everything, and we're not opening up any more walls. So hopefully we don't. I think we've gotten to all the areas where the surprises in the kitchen will exist. And so this is what the recommendation of the change order is as it relates to the moving around the ARPA fund. So they kind of go hand in hand. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Megan. So that was both 5 and 6. So thank you for giving us that both information on both items that go together. So let me open it up to any members of the public that are joining us that wish to make a comment on this item? Okay, seeing none. Any of those that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none. So council, any questions? And I'll start with Councilwoman Banuelos.
Megan, thank you so much for the detail with the PowerPoint, but just for transparency, because I know it's like out of sight, out of mind when I go to the community center. It's more, help me understand, like the moving of money is covering all the repairs that we need to do, right? It's not, using it from somewhere else. You're just kind of shifting money to meet that contract or the change of orders, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, we're very fortunate because we do have this legacy fire impact fund, which has a balance of $381,000. So we're able to absorb the increase with the ARPA by shifting some of the costs that we originally were using ARPA for the fire at Bay. We now can take this money and put it towards that to give more money to the community center. So it's kind of a win-win in a way, because we also don't want that development impact money sitting there. You are supposed to be moving that money and doing stuff. So we felt like that was the cleanest way, because we have this, we're fortunate, it's not necessarily just having to do general fund money for that fire at Bay. If we were in a different position, we might be cutting from the community center, but I'm suggesting we're already in there, we're already doing this, we gotta do these fixes. Let's use the development impact fee. So I think it's a good win-win.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Anselmo Sanchez?
With community centers getting expensive. No, I don't have any questions or comments.
Councilmember Cabrera?
My only question is, you in the first report, you mentioned that the violence prevention program is phasing out. So is that we using the money that was allocated for that program into this?
Yeah, so the contracts with the two entities technically ended on June 30th, although we have gotten some invoices. So we have paid what we think is the end of those invoices, so that's the remaining amount. If for some reason we have a surprise, we will be able to absorb that. So we're not trying to shortchange those individuals, but the total contracts, I think, were under they were under 350. They were I think one was 150 and one was 127. So
And for the last slide that you had, you said, I think I read that it says that includes the contingency. That is about 36,000 or so.
we used the contingency for the first issues, and let me just see, I might have to, in the report, it actually states the contingency amount that we're also, and I'm forgetting off the top of my head, so I'll have to go back to the report.
The 749? Oh, is that for the contingency?
The first contingency, but we also built in the contingency for the change order, which was, we're putting in a 10% contingency, so it would be roughly $23,000 in contingency.
Okay.
And then I did talk most about the construction, but we are also, because the scope has changed, we have actually two resolutions, one's for the actual constructions, one's for the design work. So the design work where we would be adding 20,000 because the architect has had to do some extra design work, even just related to the structural fix. It's not just something you can't get plans for. But we are using our building official to help reduce construction management costs. So we're being very frugal on that, but there's some design work and other things that we do have to have the architect do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. So I just, before I forget, on the youth violence prevention programs, I know that we're using ARPA dollars, but I also know I mean, as we discuss the budget for next year, I want to make sure we don't forget that we still have, at least for me, I want to look at how do we continue with the partnership with Partners for Peace? How do we continue funding some of those programs? Because we still have a need. It's not like we don't have a need anymore for those programs. And how do we continue supporting that? I know that we want to make sure we continue with that. And how do we find some of those resources to be able to do that? So I want to make sure we don't forget that. And also, I mean, I know that the community center has brought forth a lot of needs, and I think we understood that it was going to be very costly. But I want to make sure we as a council have an understanding of the comprehensive costs of the community center. So if we can get a comprehensive budget that has all of the costs up to date, year to date, that include the design, that include all of the construction with some of the funding sources that have been used. I think that'll be really helpful because right now we see all the bits and pieces of all the money that's being moved here and there. But I think it's important for us to be able to look at, here's the total cost year to date. I know that there's more, but I also know that there's, like, as you mentioned, there's only a certain amount of investment that we can continue to do in the community center because there's other projects that we also have to focus on. So.
Yeah, and I could probably answer that question. The total cost is 1.29, so we're roughly at 1.3 if this change order is approved. And we did focus on work that was kind of integral to each other, but the other phases of the community center, and we can pull out those pieces and give you the information. We're looking for grants to do. So one of it is we need to fix our HVAC, and we also would like HVAC for the gym. We don't have that. We have a cost associated with that. We have I know council was really wanting more lighting outside in the parking lot and EV charging stations. So that's another component. And also the move of the trash enclosure. And then we have the need for a generator. And then we have to do an ADA improvement to the bathrooms that are closest to the kitchen. And so we have those as alts to the base bid. And the only thing that we don't have worked into that budget is the new generator and the air conditioning work. And so our plan is to, I think you authorized us to look at applying for CDBG and other things. So we kind of, what we tried to do is cut out things that weren't integral to this project. And then if we did apply for CDBG, we have to be careful. I know you know about NEPA.
Yeah.
We can't build on things we've already opened, but the site work, the HVAC, those are kind of standalone projects. So we can definitely come back to council with the itemization of all of those things. And of course, we have our capital campaign, but the total cost is, and we didn't, without the remediation work, which has cost us another couple $100,000 that we didn't anticipate. Our total project for the community center modernization project estimates were 2.4 million. So we're like $1 million shy of completing this.
Wow, that's it. So, yeah, and thank you for that, but that's a lot of money. And I think the other thing, if we have the different components of what's needed, I know that several of us sit in different boards, and I know, you know, when we look at TAMZ or AMBAG and looking at different opportunities of the money that's coming down, and I think this is what I've seen, that, you know, sometimes we don't know of what's needed, so we don't know that we can say, hey, wait a minute, here's an opportunity for us to apply for this funding, right? So I think the more that we can understand what are the different components of what's needed, the better that we can support some of those functions when we hear about these opportunities in the different regional boards that we sit on. So I think having that understanding and those costs are gonna be important for us. So if we can get that, I
Yeah,
think that'll be helpful.
I'll absolutely give you, everyone, kind of a big picture of all the projects and send you the plans to see.
Yeah, okay, so council, with that, then, there's no additional questions, and I will, can we do both at the same time, or do one at a time? Oh, yeah,
I mean, it's late, if we want to give it a shot to do both at the same time, if then for some reason there's a split or something like that, we'll just take them separately, so,
okay.
yeah.
And I don't know, Mike, the ARPA one is really just, I guess a recommendation on a revised.
Yeah, I think it's just a
ARPA.
presentation
Yeah.
for, this is what the revised budget is for. the ARPA,
Yeah,
so-
and the action really is number 6 with the 2 resolutions for design.
Okay,
and-
yeah, because we just had a status update on that. And
Note on the record that you accepted the report on the ARPA, funding.
And the modification.
Right, modifications.
Okay, so for item number B5, then just for the record, we accepted the update on the ARPA project updates and the recommendations for the modifications. Okay. Okay, then we'll move on to item B6, and then council, I'll entertain a motion to for approval of item B6.
That would be, and that would be resolution 6150 and 6157, is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, sorry, let me go back.
Almost,
So,
okay,
first, yes,
okay,
between the 6150 and the 6157.
second,
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilwoman Banuelos and a second by Councilmember Cabrera. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Great, thank you, council. So we'll move on. Thank you. We'll move on then to the next item on the agenda, which is mayor's reports and acknowledgement. So remember, at this portion, we're just doing both items in one. So let me move on to my item. So give me just a few minutes. Have my report. And I know that we're being kind, so we have 3 minutes, so we can move forward quickly. So Stephen, can we start the timer? Okay. So on the 26th of August, right? On the 26th of August, I attended the Salinas Valley Mayors and City Managers meeting. The City of Soledad was the host. Some of the topics of discussion were governance structure for the 3CE. So we are part of that JPA. And Megan talked about some of those different structure changes. And we also talked about the Heart Now Promise and the 5 Cities program and just our continued participation as we do contribute funding for the program. We also talked about the regional animal shelter and South County services. So more information coming on some of those changes. And then on that same day, we were also scheduled for the City Council Rural Policies Subcommittee meeting. And I know we've been waiting, you guys have been waiting for some of those changes. Unfortunately, I wasn't feeling well, so I wasn't able to attend. So we will be rescheduling that on the 27th. As part of my functions of sitting on the board for Cal Cities, we did have the governance committee. So I sit on the governance committee of Cal Cities, and the purpose of the committee is to review the professional service agreements with the group consultants. There has been some concerns with the diversity caucuses. As you may or may not know, the league has 5 diversity caucuses, and I sit on the Latino caucus. But the committee made some recommendations that will be taken to the executive board during the annual conference in October. So you guys as the designated board members will get to vote on that. On the 28th, I attended the leadership council meeting. The board approved to adopt the equity framework for the SMART goals. They approved a special meeting to take place on tomorrow at 10 a.m. to discuss the census release timeline. Also approved the Lead Me Home Plan addendum, the rank and review appeals, and voted on the CARS evaluation report. On the 29th, I had the weekly meeting with Megan, and then on the 30th, I attended the raising of the POW/MIA flag. On the 31st, I attended the elderly event with the Consul General de Mexico and Alejandra Bologna, who is our Mexican consulate. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Jose Lopez from Casa Guanajuato, because they invited 25 out. Well, actually, they worked with the Mexican consulate to bring 25 elderly to visit for a month. And many of them had like over 30 years that they hadn't seen their children. So it was pretty emotional. And then on the 31st, I did attend the ribbon cutting for the community garden at the Soledad Methodist Church. And this was part of the city's council community grant program. So thank you to Pastor Ines Lugo. And I just want to say that I didn't attend the police department community barbecue, and I'm sorry, but I didn't get the invitation until later, and I would have really loved to attend, but thank you for a great job that they did. Thank you. It's almost on time. Okay, so I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Bernados.
I want to, sorry, Mayor. The only thing that I did participate was the POW ceremony on August 30th. And that was very, it was finally time to raise that flag and to recognize them. Also, maybe a little bit more, maybe more social media, so that way more participants can come and you know, those who weren't unable to. Also, I didn't attend the police, the barbecue as well this past Saturday because I got stuck working. But it was a good turnout with social media pictures, so I'm glad it was a good turnout. And it was a great weather too. So
yeah, thank you. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
I actually don't have anything to report today.
Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
I just have the same, I believe there was in 22nd, we had a meeting with, and I forgot the name. We had a meeting with the Bradman meeting, and I was not able to attend due to a medical appointment. Then on the 28th, I went to the TAMC meeting. We had a lot of discussion about a lot of events, but we accepted the SURF program. So, and there was a little bit of discussion about the manual train or cars that they have in Marina. I had to do a lot more research to understand all the complications in that. I attended a POW flag event on the 30th, and I was not able to be in the police barbecue because I didn't know, and I had an event with my child at church, so I was not able to do. I also have scheduled on a second meeting with TAMC on the 9th, so I'll report on that next time.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll move on then to Councilmember, we did that, Councilmember reports and acknowledge the city manager's report.
Yeah, real quick, I did want to acknowledge, I don't do it as often as I should, all of the hard work that all of our departments are working on and going at 110 effort. I mean, I think we are doing so much, and it just, even seeing all of these projects, you know, move forward is just a huge accomplishment, especially for the city of our size. And you know, I think sometimes the administrative staff doesn't get recognized either, and they're the ones who keep our departments, effective, so just wanted to acknowledge that. I did want to let folks know that we are going to move forward with a 9/11 event at 8 AM. And more details to follow. We should be getting a flyer out. I think because we're going at 110 miles per hour, and we have all of these events, we weren't sure if we were gonna be able to pull it off, but we think it's important. It's a really important thing to acknowledge. And personally, I was personally touched because I have family that live in New York and New Jersey that were in New York City during 9/11, so it was pretty scary for my family personally. I did want to also let everyone know about our volunteer appreciation that Jessica and her department are spearheading for September 21st. I did send council the information. Feel free, if there are folks we need to acknowledge, let me know, and we'll make sure to get them an invite so we can get an RSVP and order the right amount of food. And then I did want to let council know that Hartnell is moving forward. I sent you a little conceptual drawing with the second phase of the construction. But I probably think we need to maybe, I'll do a little advocacy work for the childcare. So I would encourage everyone to reach out to your Hartnell, whoever sits on the Hartnell board that you know of, to really explain how important that childcare facility is to move forward with, and I will do the same. And then lastly, I am going to the ICMA conference. It happens to be in Pittsburgh, so it does take me a little bit longer to get there. So I'll be out of the office from the 20th through the 27th. It actually starts on Saturday, but I'll be flying out Friday. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up. That's it.
Thank you, Megan.
To the chair.
Yes.
The childcare, Harnell has one in Salinas, and they use it for the early childhood education, the students to practice that. So we could emphasize in that there's a need for the childcare and for our students to do their practices.
Yeah, I mean, that may be a great way of helping staff it, but we definitely need childcare in town, so.
But they're bringing another facility. Well, so I'm sorry, I have to read the email.
Yeah, the
They're bringing what
emails,
the Megatronics or the.
yeah, they're doing the expansion, but there's still a part that you'll see on the plan. And I think we need to advocate. There has been discussions about putting childcare there, so my recommendation is, if you, I know that was something we talked about, so.
Yeah, we did, and there was another, yeah, okay. Thank you, Megan, because I know we talked about that, and so we'll do that. Okay. Future agenda items.
Oh, and I might speak up on this. I did talk to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, and we don't have it doesn't seem like we're gonna have a heavy agenda for the 18th. So I recommended that we address some of the housing questions about some of the housing programs and where rent control or rent stabilization fits in that we could do a presentation if you're amenable to that next meeting.
Okay, I think that's
And we could talk about the housing element, I think is important.
okay, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea, so we can talk about that, and we can talk about how we want to move forward, especially also given that we approved the housing element, the HCD approved the housing element, and we have a lot of different initiatives that we can move forward and that we have a plan of how we can move forward with some of those easier kind of steps to there. Okay. Okay, so any future agenda items, council? Let me start with Councilmember Cabrera.
I don't have anything.
Gonzalo Sanchez?
Yeah, I think we just need to appoint an alternate for the Solid Waste Authority. I think Mayor Pro Tem resigned at the last meeting.
Yeah, we dropped the ball on that, didn't we?
Oh, we did, and I think I had it somewhere here and I can't find it. Oh, you know what? I put it on my other.
I'll make sure it's
item.
on the agenda for the 18th.
Yeah.
Totally my bad. We dropped the ball on that.
I can volunteer. I don't know if we need an appointment or something.
Yeah, we need to appoint it, so we need to put it on the council for appointment. Okay, so let's put it on the appointment and then you can volunteer. So we have to put it on the council agenda. Okay.
No, I said,
No, okay,
I was gonna move to appointed there.
No.
yeah, okay. Megan, I just have, I don't know if we have an update on the pro-housing designation.
Oh, yeah, I can, actually, since we're talking about housing on the 18th, we
You
can give
have
you an update.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
We have been going back and forth with the state, and we can give you the latest update on that date.
Okay, and then I know we haven't received, if we can receive an update on the revenues that we have, the revenues for the car show. And then the projected use of the funds. I know we were supposed to use them for our recreation, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything in terms of the revenues that we.
I will follow up.
Yeah, and I think that again, is like the budget, what it costs, what's our in-kind services, and did we break even, did we make more? I mean, I think that's important for us to be able to have that.
I will if, I think it's super important and I don't wanna mean to push you off. Finance has a major update, which I probably should have mentioned to the financial software. And they're also combining it with the audit that they're right in the middle of. So I might have to give you that information maybe in mid-October, just because they're really short right now.
That's fine, but I think when we do these events, that we really make sure that it comes back to the council at some point to make sure that we know what those
Yeah,
revenues are.
absolutely.
Sooner than later, and that we don't have to ask for them. And then just my other thing is, and not, this is not for now, but it can come back at a later time, but I do want to have a conversation about street sweeping. I know because I saw on the cost of the street sweeping that we had for August about 5,000. But I've also noticed for some time now that the street sweeper, at least in my street, and I've seen it in other streets, that the cars aren't moving, so the street sweeper is sweeping the middle of the street. And I've seen like in other, I have a brother that lives in Ventura, and I know that they have posted signs where the street sweeper comes at a specific time and that they have to move their cars. So I don't want to pay money, and I want to make sure that our streets are clean, but that we're really utilizing the street sweeper in an effective manner, and that we really look at, is it working? Is it not working? How do we reassess that? And so if we can come back at some point, not urgent, but that we assess our street sweeper process, and then not for now either, it's not urgent, but I do want to come back and look at term limits and how we start having a conversation for putting that in, whether it's in the next cycle, to be able to look at that, having a measure on the ballot. I know the city of Monterey has language for them to have term limits in this voting cycle for November. And so I want to see how we as a council can look at that for the next election, to be able to have some language in terms of term limits. So not urgent, Megan, but these things, I just want to make sure we address them sometime before next year.
In 2 years, right?
Yeah.
In 2
years for the next time.
2026.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
okay. Thank you. So with that, council, if there's no additional items of business, then we do adjourn this meeting. And again, we want to adjourn this meeting in memory of our fire apparatus engine, and memory fire apparatus engine, Christopher Ward.